Call the meeting to order, and pursuant to the order reference of Tuesday, April 30th, 2019, on Bill C-97, an act to amend to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19th, 2019, and other measures. And we'll start with clause by clause consideration for Part 1. We have with us, and I'm pretty confident everybody knows the procedure. Officials are here, so if you have any questions as we go through it, I'll go through the various clauses, then the officials are open for discussion. And on Part 1, which deals with clauses 2 to 69, we have officials here, Mr. McGowan, Director General Tax Legislative Division, not his first time here for sure. Mr. LeBlanc, Director General Personal Income Tax Division. Ms. LeBoy, Director General Business Income Tax Division. And Mr. Langdon, Director Charities Personal Income Tax Division. And so that is our list of witnesses for Part 1. All right, starting then on Clause 1, pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, consideration of short, Clause 1, the short title is postponed, and we will start with Clause 2. There are no amendments on clauses 2 to 22. Do we want to carry those on division? Agreed? Agreed. Clauses 2 to 22 carried on division. Then turning to clause 23, we have NDP 1. You've got that here. Go ahead, Pierre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And good morning to everyone who's here today for this clause-by-clause consideration. My amendment deals with Clause 23 regarding assistance provided to print media. And in Clause 23 on page 17, line 11, 18, line 14, the amounts I would propose be changed as indicated for the press rooms. If we look, it's 55,000. And my proposal is to increase it to 85,000. So the amendment changes the formula on line 14. 85,000 for the press, and this follows up on the communications group that appeared, Madame Saint-Onge. They conducted elaborate detailed research on the impact of these three measures covering the media, taxes, payroll taxes, donations, and credits for subscriptions as well. The tax credit for personal subscriptions, and based on this, the first two that I mentioned, this is what the government put forth. If we look at the amount for payroll, it's not sufficient for the assistance, which is some 600 million in total with all measures combined. So even if we increase the amount, they say that it will be more costly based on the assessment by that organization. The overall amount would remain the same. Two of the measures have been assessed by the government, but we would remain at the same ultimate moment, but the average pay is 76,000 in Quebec in the press rooms. And the officials who are before us today talked about 55,000 being the Canadian average according to Stats Can. For journalists, in Quebec, it's 76 on average in the newsrooms. according to for unionized employees. So that's a justification for my amendment, and I hope to have the support of colleagues because it does keep the overall amount the same.
Mr. Dussault, this amendment, however, requires a royal recommendation, and therefore would be inadmissible. This part of Bill C-97 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act by establishing a formula to calculate the qualifying labor expenditure, and this amendment attempts to modify that formula. The House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states in page 772, quote, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. Therefore, I rule the amendment as inadmissible. Shall Clause 23 carry? On division? There's no amendments on clauses 24 to 42. Are we agreed to carry clauses 24 to 42 on division? Agreed? On division, agreed. Clause 40 carried. Clause through to 42. Clause 43, there is an amendment CPC 1.
So I'm just going to speak to this one. So it's pretty simple. After hearing from the officials on the creation of this tax credit and this subsidy program, we're proposing to delete the definition of qualified Canadian journalism organization. It's pretty simple. That's what these lines would basically do. And you all saw the announcement by Unifor's on this group that's going to be appointing the panel. So we have absolutely no faith whatsoever that this will be nonpartisan based on their past behavior.
Just to clarify here, if adopted, NDP 2, which is the second amendment to the NDP, and Liberal 1 cannot be moved if the CPC 1 is adopted. Is there any discussion on the motion by Mr. Commish? Peter? Mr. Fragas-Scottis?
Peter's fine also, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, first of all. The amendment is not something I can support and not something our side can support. The reason is that by removing a definition that's necessary for all three journalism measures in the bill, namely qualified Canadian journalism organization, and a definition that's necessary for the measures that extends qualified donee status to certain nonprofit journalism organizations, namely registered journalism organization, the result is that it would effectively render the proposed journalism measures impossible to administer. Further to this, the definition of a qualified Canadian journalism organization is critical for the administration of these measures because it outlines key eligibility criteria such as being Canadian-owned and controlled, and that eligible organizations must produce original news content of general interest to Canadians.
Any further discussion? Mr. Commish?
I'll just say that's the point. After seeing Unifor get appointed to the group, they'll determine who's the panel. It totally undermines supposed non-partisanship that was originally what the government had talked about. And that is exactly the point, is to not proceed with this media bailout plan because it will be partisan. Unifor is an ally of a political party that the government is part of the Liberal Party of Canada, and there's absolutely no way in good conscience that we can allow this tax credit to go through because of Unifor's participation on it. They are not in any way a nonpartisan organization. They're not neutral in any way, and now they'll be deciding who's going to get access to this panel group. They'll be deciding who's appointed. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I can't believe the government is insisting on proceeding with it.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment CPC 1 as proposed, opposed? Lost. So the amendment CPC 1 is lost. NDP 2, Mr. Dussault, if this is adopted, Liberal 1 cannot be moved. Floor's yours, Mr. Dussault.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et, c'est
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, our amendment is on the same subject that was just raised, media assistance. But the way we recognize the eligibility is different. This amendment seeks to remove at the end of section or clause 43 on page 35 reference to the entity, which has been the subject of a great deal of debate at committee. We've studied the bill, and this entity that appears at the end is not defined, still not defined to date. We heard comments from experts about the potential definition of the entity. Now, perhaps we could have more criteria, better explanation of eligibility criteria. This amendment would remove that reference, and in the Act, there would be very objective criteria that are objective. A Canadian corporation residing in Canada, a partnership. It talks about the content of the organizations, what they publish. That it's not a crown corporation or a government body. These are very objective criteria that the Minister of Revenue would be able to use to determine the eligibility of organizations. They're very objective, and they can be used to determine whether the group fulfills the requirements according to these criteria, and the minister would therefore make a decision based on that. So the undefined entity, which would simply be a blank check to the government, is no longer required. For determining the eligibility and whatnot. So this amendment aims to strike the entity, to keep things simpler, to get straight to the point, put forth criteria, and so that the Minister of Revenue can determine whether or not those criteria are being met.
Question on the NDP 2,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sabara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Happy Monday. I wish to thank my honourable colleague for his putting forward the amendment. However, I, in reading it over, disagree in terms of the intent of the amendment. This amendment should be rejected, in my view, because it would obviously remove the requirement for journalism organizations to be designated before they can qualify for the purpose of the 3 journalism tax measures. Also, it would also remove the requirement for the participation of a body of experts who would then be able to apply their expertise to questions such as what constitutes original news content. And finally, il est clairement énoncé dans le budget de 2019 qui attend.
It clearly identifies the importance of media independence, and that means the eligibility of these groups for tax purposes. That's what is clearly stated in the bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Mr. Dussault? All right. All those in favor of NDP 2? Opposed? Lost. Then turning to Amendment Liberal 1. Who's moving that? Who's speaking to it? It's assumed moved. Mr. Sabera.
Thank you, Chair. Just let me give me 1 second to get to my notes. Thank you, Chair. Again, with this amendment to clause Article 43, we recognize that for a well-functioning democracy, a strong and independent news media is critical. Budget 2019 was clear in enunciating that an independent, and I emphasize an independent, administrative body would be involved in recognizing the eligibility of journalism organizations for these measures. What this amendment does is clarify the process for designating journalism organizations by requiring the Minister of National Revenue to reconsider the recommendations of an independent body when determining to consider the recommendations of an independent body when determining whether an organization qualifies for these measures. Thank you, Chair.
Any discussion on Liberal 1? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment as proposed? Opposed? Carried. So Liberal 1 carried. Shall clause 43 carry as amended? All agreed on division? On division. Then there is no amendments on clauses 44 to 52. Do we see fit to carry them on division? Agreed on division? Okay. Clause 53, there's an amendment proposed, Liberal 2. Ms. Bendayan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment to clause 53 would allow plug-in hybrids with a battery capacity of at least 7 kilowatts rather than 15 be eligible for the zero emission vehicle write-off or rebate. This amendment to the battery size threshold better reflects the current market availability of plug-in hybrids while still ensuring that the tax incentive remains effective. J'ajouterais que la modification du seuil concernant la
I'd also like to talk about the change in battery capacity reflects what's available for hybrid rechargeable batteries. We know that hybrids with a smaller battery can offer a very interesting environmental and they can operate in such a way that makes them an attractive option. So, Mr. Chair, I would move this amendment.
Finally, that expanding this eligibility to more plug-in hybrids further encourages businesses to transition to a zero-emission fleet, thereby contributing to meeting our country's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets.
Okay, Mr. Open for discussion, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président, et puis je remercie ma collègue.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her suggestion. What I do have a question about, with respect to the direction, is whether if we're talking about a zero-emission vehicle, because at present we've got rechargeable hybrids. What the government is proposing is reducing the battery capacity for these rechargeable vehicles, but in the bill, there's reference to zero-emission vehicles. So I'm having trouble understanding how a rechargeable hybrid, or not, with that type of kilowatt capacity be considered in the zero-emission category. A hybrid involves emissions, not all the time, but fewer than regular vehicles, so perhaps we could get the opinion of our officials on the definition of a zero-emission vehicle, and if reducing the battery capacity would or would not adversely affect this measure, which is to encourage the purchasing of zero-emission vehicles. A hybrid vehicle does have greenhouse gas emissions.
Merci pour votre question. Donc,
Well, thank you for your question, and indeed, vehicles with larger batteries will run on the electric function for longer periods of time. Even vehicles with smaller batteries can initially operate on electrical propulsion. It depends on the range. Once the vehicle is recharged, in those circumstances, there are zero emissions. Once people, or the battery, in fact, people have charged the batteries, the vehicle, or once, in addition to the charged battery, there is the gas component. That's what makes it a hybrid. And it needs to be determined the extent of time that people use it for long distances on the highway. Well, what about a low emission then vehicle as opposed to zero emission vehicles? Well, it's a question of definition and choice made by the government in this particular case. With respect to what was proposed, the battery was 15 in order to increase environmental benefits. Now, I understand what is being proposed here. It's reducing it to 7 on the hypothesis that there will be environmental benefits with this type of vehicle as well.
Mr. Kamish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just a point of order to clarify. The amendment that we are putting forward is to reduce the battery size of eligible vehicles, and I believe that my colleague opposite is talking about the definition of what is a zero emission vehicle, which is not within the scope of this amendment. I would just perhaps ask are you against reducing the battery size to 7 kilowatts, and perhaps we could stay focused on that proposal.
I'll vote on it later.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Kamish. They'll get it, Tom.
I got it. That wasn't a point of order, but Mr. Dussault had exactly the same questions I had. I wanted to ask the officials what the impact would be of moving this. The way I read this is they want to make plug-in hybrids. The government wants to make plug-in hybrids eligible for this tax credit. How much would the cost be increased by? Does the department have an estimate of what the increase in cost would be from doing this?
Not at this point, no.
You don't have one. So you don't know what would happen by changing the eligibility requirement and broadening it for this tax credit would have? There's no estimate that the government has of whatsoever?
We're not expecting the cost to increase by a lot by doing this, because usually the businesses will be selecting those cars that have higher autonomy, those cars that have a higher battery size, but we don't have a precise estimate at this point.
So when do you think you would make an estimate? If this amendment passes to the budget, how soon would the Department of Finance be able to calculate the expected cost of the tax credit? Because this is a significant change. This is going from zero-emission vehicles, which I thought were Teslas or Tesla-type vehicles, Volts, Chevrolet Volts, to moving to a plug-in hybrids, which I think, to Mr. Dussault's point, defeats the title. The title is then completely irrelevant here. This is also a way of getting around the ministerial warrant required for tax changes to tax credits in the amounts, which was NDP 1 amendment. That you're going after the criteria here. But this, to me, defeats the purpose of the title and the original intent of the government by changing it to plug-in hybrids. I want to know what the cost would be and how soon would you have an estimate, because I think it's a pretty significant change. Like, plug-in hybrids have been around for quite a few years now, and this would encompass quite a lot of fleets of taxi vehicles, especially like nearly, I think the entire taxi fleet in Calgary is plug-in hybrid at this point. I think it's nearly all of it, at least for associated cabs. So do you have an estimate then, or a ballpark number you could maybe provide it? And if you don't, how soon could you provide it to the committee?
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify, the bill currently, and this was announced in the budget, would qualify certain plug-in hybrids for the accelerated capital cost allowance measure, provided they have a battery capacity of 15 kilowatt hours. And so this amendment would not introduce plug-in hybrids as a class of vehicle that could qualify for the measure. Rather, it would change the battery size criterion from 15 kilowatt hours to 7 kilowatt hours. So it's not introducing a new type of vehicle, it's changing the battery size. And so under the measure in the bill, without regard to this amendment, plug-in hybrids could qualify, provided they have more than 15 kilowatt hour battery size. So this would simply expand the number of, or the class of vehicles that could qualify for the measure, or expand the class of plug-in hybrids, I should say, that would qualify for this measure rather than introduce a new type of vehicle. And as my colleague was saying, in terms of costing the measure, one might choose a car with a 16 kilowatt hour battery, and as a result of this measure, whereas with this, they might be incentivized to choose that over a car with a 14 kilowatt hour battery. And so in terms of the effect on the cost of this measure, as I understand it, it relates in part to the incentive created for that 15 kilowatt hour threshold. So it's not like you'd decide, if you decide between a 16 and a 14 kilowatt hour car, you're still buying a car and it would still qualify for the thing. It's not.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a second, because by moving to 7 kilowatt hour, my staff has a wonderful list here. This would make eligible a BMW i8 for this tax credit for the write-off, accelerated capital cost write-off, a BMW 330e, BMW 530e. It would make eligible an Audi e-tron. Like, it makes eligible a bunch of luxury vehicles for accelerated capital. That's what it looks like to me. I'm just trying to understand. I understand it's the battery size, but then you have a bunch of vehicles that weren't eligible before that will be eligible now because they will meet the battery capacity criteria. So this, by definition, will increase the eligibility. I'm telling you now, like, BMW i8 is a 7 kilowatt battery capacity. That's what it says from manufacturer. It makes the Audi e-tron available, the BMW 530e, 330e. So that's what happens when you move it down. There's lots of other vehicles which are full electric vehicles, which will be eligible for the 15 kilowatt accelerated capital cost allowance. I'm just like, this is why I'm just concerned here about the types of vehicles that'll be eligible for it, and then the cost associated with this as well. Because these are higher end vehicles, obviously. So they'll have the full allowance they'll be able to take advantage of.
Okay, I'll go to officials, and I think Ms. Bendayan wants in again, Ms. Lavoie.
Under the income tax rule, there's a limit to how much can be deducted for the purchase of a vehicle, which is being increased by this bill to $55,000. But I believe, like, for these vehicles that are significantly above the threshold, there will still be a limit to $55,000 in terms of what can be deducted, even though there could be vehicles that are priced much above that threshold that would become eligible. A question here is, how much do businesses tend to use these vehicles when compared to other types of hybrids vehicle in order to determine the cost? Our estimate is that it's not significant at this point, which I believe was the objective of your question.
Tom, you okay? We'll come
Well,
to.
no, I'm not okay, but
Okay, well, that wouldn't be the first time, but Ms. Bendayan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like the record to reflect that all of the other requirements provided in the legislation continue to apply, including the limit of a $45,000 vehicle purchase price. And therefore, I believe many, if not all, of the examples provided would not qualify, even with the proposed amendment.
Is it 45 or is it, or 55?
$55,000. I believe you're referring to the point of sale rebate for consumers, which is a different measure, but it's the first $55,000. So all the vehicles purchased up to this amount would qualify for the.
All right, Mr. Who do I have in here? Mr. Dussault, did you hand up? And
Just to clarify that it's not a rebate to consumers, so I think Ms. Bendayan was looking at the other measure that was announced for vehicle that need to be under 45 or 55 with the options. But this is any car, any price, but you can go up and deduct to 55 of the car for businesses.
Okay, is that it for discussion on this point? We're all, Ms. May.
I love my plug-in hybrid. It's at 8.8 kilowatt hours. I just thought I'd let Tom know it's fantastic. I didn't get any rebates.
You can buy a new one for the rebate soon.
You could give Tom a drive in it, and then he'd know what it runs like.
I have a Jeep Commander. Drive in mine for an evening. We'll drive in yours after.
Okay. Any further discussion on Liberal 2? All those in favor of Amendment Liberal 2 and Clause 53? All those in favor? Opposed? The amendment is carried. Shall Clause 53 carry as amended? Carried? On division? Okay. There is no amendments on clauses 54 to 110. Unless there's questions to officials, I know there will be a change of officials here. Can we group these and carry them on division 54 to 110? Agreed on division. Then starting at Clause 111, and I think we've had a different group of officials. Thank you very much, folks. The group of witnesses coming forward on Division 2. For clauses 98 to 126, Mr. Patterson, Director, Corporate Insolvency and Competition Policy Directorate, and Ms. Davidson. I don't have you. Oh, there I have you. Senior Project Leader, Financial Crimes, Governments and Operations. Welcome to the table, folks. On Clause 11, then we have 111 rather. We have an amendment, Liberal 3. Who's speaking on that? Mr. Sabara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to comment. I think in the press, and obviously in the media lately, and there's been much talk about, and the reports recently issued by the government of British Columbia with regards to money laundering. It is something that, as a committee, we were tasked to do on the annual 5-year review of anti-money laundering and terrorist financing, I think I said it correctly, which was an exhaustive study that we did for a number of months, traveling both here in Canada and abroad. So it's something, obviously, the committee was tasked to do and did quite judiciously, but obviously something our government has dedicated resources to in Budget 2019. It is something that concerns all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and that Canada has become or is a center point for money laundering. And it's very fitting to see that in Budget 2019 that we are continuing to undertake a number of measures that I think all parties would applaud in terms of fighting money laundering, whether it's its impact on house prices in Vancouver or Toronto, or whether it's impact just on general loss of tax revenues for our government to fund the services we need. This amendment, the proposed amendment, would add a reference to compliance agreements in the provision that makes public naming automatic in certain circumstances with respect to violations related to the proceeds of crime, money laundering, and terrorist financing. It's also being proposed to ensure a level playing field so that all regulated entities that commit a violation would be named, including when a compliance agreement is in place between the reporting entity and Financial Transactions and Reports of Centre of Canada, otherwise known as FINTRAC. It would also ensure that there is no advantage for regulated entities to enter into compliance agreement with FINTRACs to avoid naming. Chair, this is generally a housekeeping amendment. which is
want in?
aligned with the spirit of the legislation, proposed legislation.
Okay, so moved. Any discussion on Liberal 3 on Clause 11? Mr. Commish.
And I just asked the officials to tell us what the impact would be of this amendment on the operations of the center.
Ms. Davidson. They'll get the mic folks from Switcher up here.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for your question. We do not anticipate a large impact on FinTrack for this. The decision to enter into a compliance agreement or not is a decision that is normally part of the process in issuing an administrative monetary penalty by the center. So with this amendment, it'll carry through in that same process.
That clarify it, Tom? You okay? Any further discussion? All those in favor of Amendment Liberal 3 on Clause 111? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then Clause 111 as amended. All those in favor? Carried on division? On division. There's no amendments on clauses 112 to 128. Are people in agreement on carrying those on division? On division? Carried through to 128. Then, starting with clause 129, and we still the same witness group? We do. No, we moving to the Employment Act. Thank you, Mr. St. Denis, Ms. Davidson. Thank you very much. Then we will go to Employment Equity Act Division 3. Who's ever here from officials? And Division 4 as well. If they could come to the table. Miss Zegler, Chaudhry, yep, and Mr. Miller. Just under the wire. I guess just the one we have then as witness. It's official. Mr. Miller is Director General Corporate Finance, Natural Resources and Environment with Department of Finance. All right. We have on clause 129, First Amendment up is CPC 2. Who's moving that or speaking to it? Assumed moved.
So it's pretty simple. It's just amending the formula. I also think it might be a little mislabeled because I have, sorry, CPC 3, I have it here. It removes the D out of the calculation, I believe, and that was when the officials were here last time. They're explaining to us what was going to happen. Pardon me.
CPC 2, Tom, we're dealing with.
They're all a bunch because it was all at the same time for me. Basically, what this would do is it would not consider the monies paid out in this program for the carbon rebate. So during the discussion with the officials, it came out that in the different provisions inside there, different parts of this algebraic formula that's been agreed to, all the monies collected by the carbon tax as a backstop on all the provinces which are being forced to have a carbon tax, that the government can then dispense with it in any way that it wishes to. And I know there's been political things said and commitments made publicly, but the actual rule of law, the actual law that's being passed and its impact on people says that the government can issue an infrastructure program or set up a new social program of any sort, and all the money spent within it would be considered as if it was rebated to the public. And I think that's the opposite of what the public is under the impression that they're going to be getting. So my next 3 amendments are dealing with different components of that fact. So this one would amend the formula basically to not consider the monies paid out of the CRF to ministers for federal programs when computing the carbon rebate for provinces. I think this was debated long. Algebra is not my forte, so I went over it a lot just to make sure that this does work, and just removing that one part of the formula I don't think breaks it. It just makes it certain that there's some honesty involved in this, and it's very clear what the government committed to publicly is actually what the law says is going to happen.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a few issues here. First of all, by removing the definition and references to, quote, other specified ministers, unquote, the proposed amendments would limit, I fear, the authority to return direct proceeds from the carbon pollution fuel charge to the Minister of National Revenue and the Minister of Finance. The proposed amendments as such should be defeated as they undermine the purpose of the provisions, namely to allow ministers other than the Minister of National Revenue and the Minister of Finance to return direct proceeds from carbon pollution fuel charge to provinces under the federal pollution pricing system. I'm sure my colleague will offer a rebuttal to what I've said, but it almost goes without saying, Mr. Chair, that I'll disagree with him in advance.
Never. Okay, it's open for further debate. Mr. Commish.
I see my mic is on, so I can't help myself. So the one I'm proposing to eliminate out of here would actually not do that. This is specifically trying to eliminate the ability of the government to designate a program and say that this is as if it was equal to the rebate. I think most people are expecting to get the rebate. I think the government is committed to under taxes, and so that's what this change would be. I just want what was said publicly to be what is legislated. That's all. Just keeping it consistent to that point. I think the vast majority of the public, especially in the province of Alberta, doesn't like the carbon tax, and our carbon tax in our province is ending as of later this week. And then the backstop begins June 1st. But the vast majority of the public in Alberta, at the very minimum, is aware that they're supposed to be getting it on their income taxes as a rebate. That's what the government's committed to. I don't want programs and infrastructure programs to be created and pretend as if that's the rebating mechanism by which it will be done. That's the last point I want to make on that.
Mr. Sabaro, and then did you have your hand up too, Peter?
I did not.
Okay, Mr. Sabaro.
Mr. Chair, I do wish to point out to all my colleagues, but as it has been reported, that over 97% of Canadians, when filing their income taxes, did also put down for and check off the box for receiving the climate action incentive rebate, and that is wonderful to hear.
Not much relation to the discussion on the go here, but it's information. Anybody else want to speak in this, or any questions to officials? All right. On CPC 2, all those in favor of CPC 2 opposed? Opposed? Anybody opposed? Okay, lost. Okay, that is CPC 2 is lost. CPC 3, whoever's doing it, Mr. Commish.
So yeah, it's basically the same point as before. I'm eliminating the lines 31 to 38, which is on page 91. So that's the back end. So I have the algebraic formula here. I won't pain you through it, but basically it would the deemed rebate fuel charges section. It would delete that entirely out of there. So again, that goes back to that rebating. If the advertorial that Mr. Cerbero was so kind to share with us is correct, the 97%, I think it's incumbent upon the government to make sure that the Canadians who ticked off the boxes actually see it as a line item when they get their rebate, as opposed to it being delivered to them through some type of government program or infrastructure program, which this mechanism continues to allow.
CPC 3 requires a royal recommendation, so the amendment is inadmissible. I'll explain for the record why. Clause 129 of Bill C-97 establishes a formula to specify amounts that may be paid out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the climate action support. Amendment CPC 3 attempts to modify the formula. House Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. End of quote. So therefore, in the opinion of the chair, the amendment proposes a new formula which seeks to alter the terms and conditions of the royal recommendation. Therefore, it's inadmissible. Go ahead, Tom.
Can you just give us the pages out of BOSC, where that's from?
Page 772.
Thank you.
Okay, then CPC, that's ruled inadmissible. CPC 4.
Again, this it's following my attempts to try to make the honesty in advertising or talking points, honesty and talking points amendments, just to make sure that what the public expects to see is what the public will actually get. And so that's just, it's a series of amendments to achieve that purpose.
Any discussion, Mr. Fragascatis? They'll get it.
Yeah,
Peter.
I keep forgetting that. Much like before, Mr. Chair, with CPC 2, the proposed amendment ought to be defeated. The reason is that the clause is needed to provide clarity that the payments made out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund by ministers other than the Minister of National Revenue for a specified province for a specific time count as the government's return of direct fuel charge proceeds and do not have to be returned again to provinces.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of CPC 4? Opposed? Lost. So CPC 4 is lost. Shall clause 129 carry without amendment? Sorry?
CPC 5?
It's to 131.
Okay.
CPC 4 we're
Yep.
dealing with. So shall clause 129 carry? On division? On division. Shall clause 130 carry? On division? On division, agreed. Clause 131, CPC 5. Mr. Commish, I believe.
Yes, so this is just to increase the transparency. I'm just adding in a section basically to have the tabling within 3 months after the end of the fiscal year. And then just it's the same thing. It's just greater clarity, more transparency. I don't think anybody would be opposed to having the Minister of Finance table more reports in order to provide fulsome information to the House of Commons. So I don't see how that's a problem. I struggle with the ATIP system already, and I've put in lots of complaints to the Commissioner. This would be a way to go around that, just to provide information up front and save me the trouble of my $5 from getting access to information requests 180 plus days after they're supposed to be given to me.
Just think of the staff time it saved too. Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this amendment proposes a function that already exists in the reporting framework of the recipient. The FCM, or the Canadian Federation of Canadian Municipalities, has a reporting framework for the Green Municipal Fund and has been producing reports since 2000, the year 2000. And so I don't think this amendment is required.
Mr. Dussault and then Mr. Commish.
C'était juste par rapport à
Well, just to clarify, but perhaps the officials can help us. The reports from the Federation of Municipalities go to the minister, or are they tabled in the House? I assume they're published, but and published online, but it's different. That's not the same as tabling them in the House.
For that question, Mr. Miller?
Well,
It's on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was here specifically on Clause 129. I don't believe I'm in a position to speak to 131, which is...
Is anybody here who can speak to 131? Mr. McLeod, sorry.
And the FCM is required to make an annual report on the fund's activities and performance no later than 5 months after the fiscal year and must convey it to each minister, natural resources, infrastructure, communities, environment, and climate change for tabling in Parliament.
So the report goes to ministers and they table it in Parliament? Is that what I'm hearing? Can we get that confirmed by anyone? Mr. Dussault, are you satisfied with that, or do you want us to stand this down and get an official in, and we can do that if necessary?
J'apprécie la réponse, mais il est pas clair que c'est...
Well, that's the answer, but it's not clear. I didn't get the confirmation, so it leaves some doubt. I've got doubt in that regard, so...
Oh, the FCM is not government, though. It's a third-party organization. This would require the Minister of Finance to do it. And I don't think that's too much of a problem to require a minister to table a report for information that he or she supposedly will get from FCM, but they also likely generate internally. And so I don't see a problem with this. I also would wonder why would, if I don't doubt that Mr. McLeod is correct, that the minister does table documents including FCM's documents, but I would like that confirmed by officials that, in fact, that is the case right now.
So we just hold this. We can we just table it for the motion and come back to it? Is that the procedure?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So are we in agreement just to table this, and we'll ask who's ever in charge of officials in the room that we get an official to come in to clarify the points on this that Mr. McLeod raised. Everybody says they trust him, but they want clarification. So we will hold on CPC 5 and Clause 31 until we can get official for further clarification. Then we'll come back to that. There's no amendments on clauses 132 to 216. You had a question, Mr. Dussault?
Sur l'article 141.
On 531, I have a question on 141 rather. If there are any officials who could answer that.
And on 141, so can we agree to carry on division clauses 132 to 140? Agreed?
On division.
On division. And your question is on 141. Is there any officials here? Who would be the officials on this one? Okay. And it'll be Division 5. Clauses 133 to 152. So I think we have Mr. Patterson, Director, Corporate Insolvency and Competition Policy Director with ISED, and Mr. Toussaint, Senior Policy Analyst with ISED as well. So, you have a question, Mr. Dussault?
Oui, c'est pour faire.
Yes, to follow up on concerns that we heard and that were brought to the attention of all committee members from the Quebec Bar. Maybe there are some members of the bar, Quebec Bar, around the table. Not sure, but at any rate, they brought forth their concerns on 141, which identifies new criteria to take into account by corporate administrators under the Canada Business Corporations Act. There's a new criteria that's called best interests of the corporation. To take into account the best interests of the corporation, shareholders, employees, retirees and pensioners, creditors, consumers and governments, the environment, and long-term interests of the corporation, which, in their view, is the equivalent of the stakeholders used in other legislation. So their principal concern, or main concern, was whether analysis had been done adequately to assess or evaluate the consequences that that could have on jurisprudence in the future by the addition of these criteria, because criteria already exist. The jurisprudence will be different because of that. Now, has a detailed assessment been done to ensure that there is full understanding of the consequences of adding these criteria?
Okay, merci pour votre question.
Well, thank you for your question.
Consultations done for the Retirement Security Project in general, and we consulted the CBA, Canadian Bar Association, amongst a plethora of other groups who provided their views on this, all the provisions, but this provision in particular. I think there's a couple things that we'd want to note. So essentially, the department views this provision here as a codification of the common law that's been enunciated in the BCE case by the Supreme Court of Canada, which lists almost verbatim these stakeholders as being able to be considered when the directors are fulfilling their fiduciary duty to act in the best interest of the corporations. The only change in the language would be the addition of retirees and pensioners, which we don't feel changes the test. It just adds another one. The other thing to keep in mind is that it's a permissive provision. They're not required. Directors are not required to consult and consider the interests of all of these stakeholders in every instance. It's up to them as the directors of the corporation to assess what's in the best interest of the corporation, and this merely codifies what the Supreme Court has already said, is that in acting in the best interest of the corporation, it is possible that depending on the circumstances, you would consider these interests.
Je pense que ça va certainement.
Well, I think that will satisfy the bar, the Quebec Bar Association, in terms of a reply. They talked about the precedent in the People's Inc. case. So it was codifying what had been established by the Supreme Court in jurisprudence. So I'm sure that those remarks will be satisfactory to the bar, Quebec Bar.
Thank you, officials, and Mr. Dussault. Shall then clauses 141 through to 216 carry on division? You got another question partway through there? Right up to 216 we're looking at, Pierre.
Oui.
Just
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais...
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Clauses 141 through to 216. You had a question? Okay.
Si vous le permettez.
If I may, I'd like us to have a vote between 198 and 213. I'd like a recorded vote on all of them. When it comes to the clauses covering dangerous goods, I'd like a recorded vote for those specific clauses.
Then let's back up a little then on clauses. Can we see fit to carry clauses 141 through to 197 on division? On division? Agreed. So turning then to clause 198. have we got the right officials here? And you want a recorded division on each of these?
Oui, j'aimerais faire peut-être un commentaire avant.
I'd like to make a comment if I can, for starters.
No, we have to get the officials here. Here. Yeah. Okay, could we have officials on Division 9, which covers clauses 160 to 221? And we'll start with 198. And we'll start, we'll wait till officials get here first, Mr. Dussault, before we get your comments. It looks like you may be on your own, Jason. Okay, we have here at the moment with officials, and if we have to bring others in, we will. Mr. Flint's Director General Policy, Communication and Regulatory Affairs with Health Canada, and that really relates to Subdivision J. But in any event, on Clause 198, you have some comments to make, Mr. Dussault, and you want a recorded vote right through to 212, did you say?
Exactement, un vote enregistré sur...
Yes, a recorded vote on each of the clauses that amend the Hazardous Materials Information Review Act. Now, we've got some correspondence circulated to all from the Congrès, signed by Hassan Youssef, who's the chair. In this letter sent to committee members, there are some very important points raised that need to be drawn to the attention of the committee with respect to the weakening or easing of the measures, the requirements in the Hazardous Materials Information Review Act, which will require providers to keep copies of labels. They need to be available for all people who are in contact with these products to ensure that they can react and respond if an incident were to occur, or because there are certain diseases that could be associated with them. So all of the information needs to be provided to ensure the safety of any workers coming into contact with these materials. It says in the letter that some lobbying was conducted and done by the industry for preparing these products that would have occurred, and they got what they wanted, a lightening of the measures because of the prohibitive costs, but the author of the letter says that this would be something to take into account because exposure to these hazardous materials is of concern, and a copy would keep and maintaining it for a 6-year period would not represent onerous costs. Access to information is essential in the event that someone falls ill or takes ill because of exposure. Because of long latency periods, many professional illnesses and diseases is such that the period over which the labels should be kept must be extended. And so they're calling for a maintenance of the current requirement for the keeping of these labels. So I'd like to have a recorded vote on this because it'll give us an opportunity to see what side members around the table are on the side of workers or the Dangerous Products Association, and when it comes to their claims, or whether members will stand behind workers to protect workers' rights in all workplaces across the country. So that's why I'm calling for a recorded vote on this clause.
Okay, any further discussion on clause 198 or any questions to officials? And we have additional official here, Mr. Yelkin. Do you want to give your? No, we got you here somewhere. Do you want to give us your title?
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Chair. Director General of Consumer Product Safety at Health Canada.
Okay, thank you. Then, any questions to officials or any further comments on clause 198? Mr. Fragaskatis.
I will say this, Mr. Chair, just because I see an opportunity to raise it here. It's not within the scope of the BIA, but we did, since we are hearing from Mr. Yelkin at Health Canada, there were concerns raised about true copy in the deliberations that we recently had 2 weeks ago. Again, I know that's not within the scope of the BIA, but there were serious concerns around the table about the issue, and I have 3M in London, Ontario that employs hundreds of people, quite frankly, a pillar of our economy locally, and I simply hope that those conversations continue, and I hope Health Canada listens to the issues raised.
Mr. Sabera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and in a similar vein, in the area I represent, and one of the MPs from York Region, we have a very robust manufacturing base, and with that, a number of, from spanning the spectrum from agri-food companies to auto parts suppliers, and to health providers of products and services relating to CCSPA. And with our government's frame of reference on regulatory modernization and lifting unnecessary regulatory burden off of industries, it is well noted in my reference that there are some unnecessary regulations that need to be looked at, and that the folks over in various departments, including Health Canada, need to work in a more collaborative fashion with the industry stakeholders and understand their concerns and needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think most of this relates to subdivision H. So we'll stick with clause 198 and go to a recorded vote. I don't know whether you want to respond to any of that, Mr. Yelkin. It all comes under this whole section, but I do know all members have been approached by the CCPSA over the concern of the cost to business around this issue. And we've had pressure for amendments, if I could put it that way, but it falls out of the scope of this BIA. It may come forward in the future, but I guess I'd express to you as chair from what I've heard that we hope Health Canada can deal with this issue in a constructive way to deal with the concerns that have come forward, if I could put it that way. And not add that burden of cost onto business. All right, and clause 198, recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan.
Clause 198, not as amended. It's straightforward.
Yes.
Mr. Fragaskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod. Yes. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski.
Yes.
Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Mr. Dussault.
Clause 198 is carried. Clause 199, is there any further discussion you want to add, Mr. Dussault, or you want to go to a recorded vote?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan. Mr. Fragaskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards. Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried. Clause 199, carried on a vote. Clause 200, recorded vote requested. Madam, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Richards. Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried as voted. Shall clause 201 carry recorded vote, I believe, right up to 212? Okay, recorded vote on 201.
Ms. Bendayan. Yes. Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried as voted. Clause 202. Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan. Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes. Sorry.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
That was 201, right?
202.
202. Carried as voted. Clause 203, recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Clause 203 carries. Clause 204, recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Carried. Clause 204 carries. Clause 205, recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 205 carries. Clause 206, recorded vote.
Ms. Bendayan.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 206 carries. Clause 207, recorded vote.
Ms. Bendayan.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 207 carries. Clause 208, recorded vote.
Ms. Bendayan.
Oui.
Mr. Fragiskatis.
Oui.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 208 carries. Clause 209, recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragiskatis.
Oui.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Igliński. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Clause 209 carries. Clause 210, recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragiscaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 210 carries. Clause 211, a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan. Mr. Fragiscaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 211 carries. Clause 212, recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragiscaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards. Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 212 carries. Mr. Dussault.
Commentaire pour terminer.
Well, just a comment. The committee should thank me because I could do this, in fact, for the duration of the bill. So I'm just focusing on this as a question of principle. I wanted to see what side committee members were on industry or on workers, and we've got the answer now.
Thank you, Mr. Dussault. Shall clauses, can we get agreement to see clauses 213 through to 216 carried on division? Agreed? Carried on division. Clause 217, and I think we still have this 217, same officials that we need. Yeah, yes, we do. So, Liberal 4. I believe we're at.
Mine, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Fragiscaris.
Thank you very much. This amendment is rather straightforward. It's amendments, I should say. What they would do is help to ensure the transparency of the process for avoiding duplication in conducting special reviews. In particular, they would add text to Clause 217 to clarify that the Minister would always consult on a new aspect of concern that was added to an ongoing post-market review.
Any discussion on that? Are we okay there, guys? All right. Then the motion is on the amendment Liberal 4. All those in favor of Liberal 4? Opposed? Carried. The motion from PV1, it can't be moved if Liberal 4 was adopted, so that is out of order now, and NDP 3 the same. With the adoption of Liberal 4, those two amendments can't be heard. So shall Clause 217 carry as amended? On division? Agreed? On division? Clause 218. Mr. Manley. And first of all, welcome. Welcome first to the House of Commons on your recent election, and welcome to this committee. So
thank you.
You're up.
Well, thank you. So this amendment is based on the joint brief from Canadian Environmental Law Association, David Suzuki Foundation, Eco Justice Canada, Environmental Defence, and Equiterre. This amendment is necessary to ensure that the Minister make public any decision not to initiate a special review that would otherwise be required when an OECD member country prohibits all uses of a pesticide. Section 17.2 of the Pesticide Control Products Act mandates a special review if an OECD member country prohibits all uses of a pesticide for health or environmental reasons. The proposed Section 17.1(2) would introduce an exception allowing the health minister discretion to determine whether additional information is available that warrants a special review under Section 17.2 of the Act. With no clear criteria set out for making such a determination and no notice or consultation requirements, this provision lacks transparency and could prevent appropriate consideration of the environmental and health information that another jurisdiction relied on in deciding to prohibit all uses of a pesticide. This lack of transparency runs contrary to efforts to enhance confidence in Canada's pesticide regulatory system.
Okay, I have, did you have your hand up, Pierre? Mr. Dussault and then Mr. Fragascatis, Mr. Dussault.
Just to clarify, this is PV1, yes?
No, PV2. PV1 was, it was ruled out after Liberal 4 passed. So Mr. Dussault, and then then Peter. Okay.
Merci, Mr.
Well, thank you, Chair. And thank you to our new colleague at the table for his contribution. You will see that my amendment, NDP, well, I don't have the number in front of me here, NDP 4 is identical. We used the same sources to put forth the amendments. So it's with pleasure that I will support PV2. When a decision is made, as my colleague said, to not proceed with an assessment or a special review on pesticides, as we call them, then I think Canadians must have the information. That's the least that we can expect. The reasons why the minister made the decision. Canadians have a great deal of doubt when it comes to those products and the effects that on human health. So I think they would be happy to have the minister justify the decision. Canadians may not agree with the decision, but there would be transparency outlining the reasons why the decision was made. And Canadians will, after the fact, then determine whether or not they're satisfied with their government and whether the government is making the right decisions to support them or not. So it's appropriate to have that kind of transparency in the Act. And thank you to my colleague.
And we have officials here as well. I think this is your area, isn't it, Mr. Flint? If there's any questions related to these amendments, this is Mr. Flint's area. Mr. Fragascatis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congratulations also go to our new colleague, Mr. Manley. Welcome to the committee today. Unfortunately, I am of the view that PV2 should be defeated. The reason is that motion Liberal 5, and I'm biased because that's the one I'll be introducing momentarily, Mr. Chair, proposes an amendment that the minister make public decisions not to initiate a special review under subsection 17.2. In addition, though, and this is the substantive point, Mr. Chair, Lib 5 also requires the minister to make public decisions to expand the scope of a reevaluation or special review rather than initiate a special review under 17 sub 2. This additional requirement addresses a specific concern raised by stakeholders. What we're left with is that Lib 5 would provide for greater transparency than motion PV2, and therefore that's why I'm of this position.
Any further discussion or any questions to officials? Okay, then all those in favor of PV2? Opposed? Lost. And that will also apply to NDP 4. So now we're on, so both are lost. Amendment to Clause 218, Lib 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we have with Lib 5, and I've alluded to it already, is that the proposed amendments here would ensure transparency of decisions made to avoid duplication in conducting special reviews. In particular, they would add text to Clause 218 to clarify that the Minister would make public decisions not to initiate a special review in response to an OECD member decision to prohibit a pesticide active ingredient when such a review would duplicate the work of an ongoing review or a previously completed review. There you have it.
Okay, is there any discussion on Lib 5? All those in favor of the motion Liberal 5 on Clause 218? Opposed? Carried. Shall Clause 218 carry as amended? Agreed. On division? Agreed. Carried on division. There's no amendments on from clauses 219 to 291. Are we agreed to see those as carried to 221 rather? Are we agreed to see those as carried on division? Agreed. On division. Okay. I do notice that nobody's. Do you want to suspend for 10 minutes and have a bite to eat? Okay, we'll suspend for a few minutes and have a bite to eat because pretty hard to concentrate and eat with this stuff. So we're suspended for 10 minutes. And we're starting at Clause 222, Division 10, and with us as officials we have Mr. Coops, who's Acting Assistant Deputy Minister, Community Safety and Countering Crime Branch with Public Safety, and Mr. Talbot, Legal Counsel, Public Safety Canada Legal Services, Department of Justice. So first up is NDP Amendment NDP 5. Mr. Dussault.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Et ma première amendement concerne les articles, les premiers articles suivant l'édiction de la loi sur
Are we in the wrong numbers? Or? Do you want to try? It's just coming through.
No. Try it again. So it's working? Yes? All right, I'll continue. The proposal, clause amendment that you have in for you deals with the 4 amendments in a row with this part of the bill that drew recommendations from the Public Safety Committee, from the National Security.
Eux-mêmes fait la rédaction, je crois, mais ils ont proposé des pistes.
There were amendments that were proposed and they were suggested. They had a certain number of recommendations that I found to be quite interesting, and that's why I have the series of amendments here. The first deals with number 5, and it deals with the advisory committee of the RCMP that would be created by this new legislation. It takes into account harassment and cultural changes that have to be effected within the RCMP. I think that it will be very relevant, I believe, given recent revelations about certain situations in the RCMP concerning harassment. The culture in the RCMP is such that it could be advised by the advisory committee, and that would therefore advise the minister with respect to what has to be done with the RCMP. I hope that I will have the committee's support so that this advisory committee will have a bit more teeth in terms of its advice offered.
For a discussion, we had, just for your information, we had firmed out this section of the Budget Implementation Act to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, and they reported back, and they basically said that the committee recommended the Standing Committee on Finance consider amending Division 10 of Bill C-97 with 4 recommendations, and I think that letter went out to all members. Mr. Sabara, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Mr. Dussault, for putting forward the amendment. In reading my notes, my understanding on this amendment is not, I will not be supporting it for a couple of reasons. First of all, The work of the board is much broader than just on harassment and cultural change, although those are two obviously very important aspects. They are currently two top priorities at the moment, but as identified by the commissioner, the RCMP commissioner, that these issues have been identified in her public mandate letter and has indicated she will seek advice from the board on them. It is anticipated that the provision in the legislation will outlive the achievement of.
Please turn off the chair's microphone, thank you.
May not always be relevant to the work undertaken by the board. Finally, Chair, with regards to the principle involved with legislative drafting interpretation from Section 10 of the Interpretation Act, it states that the law should be considered as always speaking, and where a matter of or thing is expressed in the present tense, it shall be applied to the circumstance as they arise, so that the effect may be given to the enactment according to its true spirit, intent, and meaning. The proposed amendment by Mr. Dussault does not reflect those principles, as harassment and culture change challenges are expected to be time limited. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll be stopping there, and that's why I will not be supporting the amendment.
Okay, any further discussion on NDP 5? All those in favor of NDP 5? Opposed? Lost. NDP 6. Mr. Dussault.
Dans le fond,
Mr. Dussault? Wait, this is following the recommendations from the Public Security Committee dealing with national security, which is intended to add a clause after 45.18 so it is 2.1 to ensure that the mission of the board is broad enough in scope and describes the intent of the legislator, including the Public Safety Committee. The reports that would be forwarded would be an analysis that the government seems to support these gender-based analyses in all of its legislation. I think that it is this committee, this board, that will also be advising the commissioner, and so this gender-based analysis should receive the support of my colleagues in this recommendation. I think it should be unanimously supported by the committee in terms of our consideration of this part of the bill.
Officials are here if anybody has any questions. Ms. Bendayan.
Merci simplement pour répondre à mon collègue et également.
Thank you. Just to answer my colleague and also to salute the intent of this amendment. I will, in the coming minutes, move an amendment, a Liberal Amendment 5, which will be addressing the very same issue. This amendment, I believe, is a more favorable approach to deal with gender-based analysis in the work of the committee. It would be preferable to the amendment put forward by my colleague, which deals with a specific instrument.
Further discussion? All those in favor of NDP 6, raise your hands. Opposed? Lost. Then going to Liberal 6, Ms. Bendayan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned just a moment ago, this amendment reflects the recommendation that we did here, which would oblige the board to undertake a gender-based analysis into the work of the Management Advisory Board. As I mentioned, this would be the preferable approach to integrating the concepts and outcomes related to a GBA analysis into the work of the board, and is consistent with the Department of Women and Gender Equity Act.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Liberal 6? Opposed? Carried. NDP 7. Mr. Dussault.
Oui, c'est
Yes. Once again, further to a recommendation from the Public Safety Committee to strengthen the obligation of providing copies or summaries to the minister as to the advice that was furnished by the advisory board. And so the amendment that I'm moving is intended to strengthen this obligation rather than to leave it up to the free will, if you like, of the board to submit or not. Because today in paragraph 3 it says may give the minister a copy of the advice that it has been provided to the commissioner. In English, may provide. If you want to give more teeth to this obligation and strengthen it, you want to create an obligation. You don't want it just to be a choice on their part. My amendment, therefore, is intended to say that the minister will have a copy that will of the reports of the that will be given rather to the commissioner. So it is in French here a tenue de, and therefore would read in English shall provide rather than may provide. Shall provide the minister with a copy of every report that it provides to the commissioner. I hope that this will strengthen the need to provide reports to the minister, and it will be supported by this committee.
So, Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm worried that the amendment could negatively affect the reporting structure between the board, the commissioner, and the minister. The board should be able to decide when it is necessary to present a report to the minister. This amendment would require every communication between the board and the commissioner to also be conveyed to the minister, providing no discretion for the board in the sharing of information. This could lead to every draft of every document possibly being shared before any advice has been finalized by the board.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of NDP 7? Opposed? Lost. NDP 8.
donc encore là, c'est je trouve ça dommage jusqu'à maintenant que
I think it's a pity that now the recommendations made by the committee, that is to say, we were charged with making recommendations after a study, are now being defeated by the government side. This is the 4th recommendation that is in that situation. But this here is so that the minister takes into consideration the importance of representation on the Management Advisory Board of persons who reflect the diversity of Canadian society, including women, Indigenous persons, persons with disabilities, members of visible minorities, and persons who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or two-spirit. This reflects the diversity of Canadian society today. And this was a finding of the committee. Therefore, I seek my colleagues' support to honor the work that was done by colleagues in that other committee.
Dayan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. In a similar fashion, I agree with the intent of the amendment that was moved by my colleague, but we will be moving very soon an amendment, Liberal 7, which strives to reach the goal of ensuring diversity without the exhaustive list, the list that specifies groups. And in this instance, if a group is not mentioned, it would be excluded. So we feel that given that, it would be preferable to have a broader objective, a broader goal, and not identify specific groups.
Discussion on NDP 8. All those in favor of NDP 8? Opposed? Carry, lost. Just about, Pierre, just about. Liberal 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would encourage all members to review the language of this amendment and to support it. It reflects, as my colleague mentioned, a recommendation that was made to this committee to encourage diversity of representation on future iterations of the Management Advisory Board, introduce as well the principle of merit into the selection of board members. By remaining broad on the reference to diversity of Canadian society without an illustrative list, the changing nature of the country may also be considered in the selection and composition for future board members.
Any discussion on that? So what you're saying, this accommodates some of the recommendations that came from the Public Safety Committee? That's
yes.
Okay. All right. No discussion, no questions to officials. Any further discussion? Liberal 7. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Shall Clause 222 carry as amended? Agreed on division. There's no amendments on clauses 223 to 225. Are we agreement to carry clauses 223 to 220 to 224 on division? 225 on division. Agreed. Clause 226 and Division 11 Pilotage Act, and I think we have some new officials to come forward. Thank you, folks who were here, Mr. Coops and Mr. Talbot. What?
Thanks for all their input.
Yeah. Taking their time anyway. Okay, Mr. Stacey, Acting Director General Pilotage Act Review with Transport Canada, and Ms. Bedard, Director Marine Pilotage Programs with Transport Canada, are the officials. And then turning to Clause 226, CPC Amendment 6.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, obviously one of the ones that came from one of my colleagues, and just share her sort of rationale on it. She believes that it's keeping in spirit with the clause that's there, but just strengthens it a bit and provides a little greater clarity in terms of the purposes and principles. So.
Okay. Mr. Fragascottis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On CPC 6, the concern here is that, well, there's a few actually. The purpose and principles section in the bill has been drafted to provide a framework for the provision of pilotage services in a way that is balanced and allows for flexibility. The proposed text adds additional specificity that may have significant implications in general, and particularly for the various provisions of the Act that refer to the principles. But, most importantly, there's no analysis, or doesn't seem to be an analysis that's been carried out here as to what these implications might be and what value they would have, if any at all. There's also been no consultation with other stakeholders about the implications of the proposed changes. Contrary to that, there has been plenty of consultation carried out by the government on such issues, and it's reflected in the BIA. With respect to Section 2, the proposed wording removes reference to the role of the Act in establishing a framework for the provision of pilotage services. Thus, it removes the flexibility required to support the broader intent of the Act.
Is there any further discussion on CPC 6? And keep in mind, officials are here if you have any points of clarification or implications. CPC 6. All those in favor of CPC 6? Opposed? Lost. Shall Clause 226 carry on division? Agreed on division. There's no amendments to clauses 227 to 237. Shall clauses 227 to 237 carry on division? Agreed. Carried on division. clause 238, CPC 7. Blake?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and the rationale will also apply for CPC 8 and 9 as well, so I'll just kind of share that with the committee now, and we can, if there's any further discussion, I'll may possibly contribute to that, but in terms of introducing the three amendments, all relate to these clauses that would see the full cost of administering the legislation transferred to the private sector, and this was something that there was a number of, I guess, witnesses that expressed concern that was inconsistent with the current policy and practice of the government, and so obviously those amendments were designed to resolve those issues.
Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think my response would apply to CPC 7, 8, and 9, because the response to these amendments is the concern is that the situation would result in which the taxpayer would be responsible for subsidizing important aspects of the provision for pilotage services that are currently being provided by users, and under Canada's current system, for the provision of pilotage services, the tariffs are set by pilotage authorities to recover the expenses provided and related to pilotage services, including operational expenses for delivery of service, as well as regulation making and oversight. And so deleting lines 13 to 16 in clause 255 would prevent Transport Canada from recovering
We're
any
dealing with
costs borne by-
238, though, yet. Did you say 255? Oh, you're dealing with CPC 9 at the same time. Well, we only got CPC 7 on the floor as yet, Michael.
Okay. And my response applies to 8 and 9. So.
Okay, go ahead to the whole thing then.
Okay, so the last point I was making was that deleting lines 13 to 16 in clause 255 would prevent Transport Canada from recovering any costs borne by the Department for Service. It provides to the private sector under Pilotage Act, such as costs for reviewing applications and issuing pilot licenses and pilot certificates.
Okay, we'll still have to vote on them one at a time now. Although both of speakers went to CPC 7. Yep.
Our witnesses, you've got a very puzzled look on your face, Mr. Stacey. Was that in response to this being discussed right now? Is there anything you wanted to chime in on? No? Okay.
Attention, I apologize if I gave that impression.
Fair enough, thanks.
He's just puzzled about how this committee operates, that's all.
As am I.
So on clause, a motion amendment to CPC 7, all those in favor? Opposed? Lost. Shall clause 238 carry on division? Agreed on division. Shall clause 239 carry on division? Agreed. Clause 240 CPC 8, anything more to add, Mr. Richards?
No, the same rationale would apply from the previous.
And Mr. McLeod, I think you made the argument on that side as well. So clause on clause 240, amendment CPC 8, all those in favor of CPC 8? Opposed? Lost. Shall clause 240 carry? Yeah, I counted. They're all up. Shall clause 240 carry on division? Okay, there's no amendments on 241 to 254. Are we agreed to carry those clauses 241 to 254 on division? Agreed? Carried on division. On clause 255, there's an amendment, CPC 9. Arguments have been made.
They have, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Arguments made on that side as well. CPC 9, all those in favor? Opposed? Lost. Shall clause 255 carry on division? Carried on division. There's no amendments on clauses 256 to 291. Go ahead, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, j'aimerais qu'on
I'd like us, I would agree to going from 269 to 270. I would have a few comments on 270 as well as 269. Comments. I have comments, not necessarily questions. But
Okay, shall clauses 256 to 269 carry on division? On division. Okay, and that takes care of, I think, the witnesses that are before us, and then we're starting on division 12 with 270. So officials from transport, Ms. Weeb and Mr. Dawson. And Ms. Weeb is Director General Air Policy with Transport Canada. Mr. Dawson is Director Airports and Air Navigation Services Policy with Transport Canada. The floor is yours, Mr. Dussault.
Merci, Monsieur.
thank you very much, Chair. Well, maybe I do have a question to begin with, because what we're talking about here is privatization of the safety, traffic safety board. It's known by all Canadians who fly that they have to go through screening before they can go on board a plane. And that security screening is provided by the Air Transportation Security Board. What we have now before us is really a Crown corporation, if I'm not mistaken. And it will outright become an entity of the state. The Transport Committee and other entities that are interested in transportation in general have wondered about this. I'd like to ask our witnesses, who are very familiar with this matter, if they were aware of the Transport Committee meetings and the discussions that were held there, the opinions that were expressed at that Transport Committee about privatizing the screening services. Thank you.
In terms of the consultations that we undertook with regard to the proposal that is before this committee today, we did consult quite broadly with the air sector, including both the airlines and the airports. We spoke to them in quite a level of detail about the different types of models that we were considering in terms of a future governance state for the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. And so this is where, based on those consultations and based on our own analysis, we have determined, and the proposal is before this committee, to take the same approach with airport security screening that we took with the commercialization of air navigation services in the mid-90s, which resulted in the creation of NAV Canada. So we see that the creation of NAV Canada has been a very important success in that it has resulted in lower fees, it has resulted in greater innovation, it has resulted in, we believe, greater support for the safety of Canada's air navigation services. So based on that, based on the consultations and our own analysis, the proposal is before this committee in terms of taking the same approach to commercialize aviation security screening at Canada's airports.
Ma question n'était pas nécessairement sur.
But my question wasn't on the consultation that you undertook. I was asking if you followed what was said in the Transport Committee of the House of Commons that dealt with this bill. And did you note that there was support for this idea there, or did the committee seem to resist? That it did not unreservedly support the concerns, this change. Are you aware of the fact that there were many concerns raised at the Transport Committee?
But no, we have some letters from some members who sat on that committee, but from the chair of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, which we farmed those sections out to. The response, basically the short form is, I wish to inform you that the committee conducted 3 meetings on the study and heard from 31 witnesses. This letter has been sent out to our committee. Also, the committee received 2 briefs, which you can consult here on their platform. It was also agreed that the committee will not submit recommendations or suggest amendments, and then that was signed by Judy Scrow, the chair of the committee. So the floor is yours, Ms. Weeb.
So back to your question. Thank you. With regard to the individuals or the witnesses that appeared before the Transportation House Committee, we did follow those discussions quite closely. There were some concerns raised. Well, first I should start off with making the point that I believe Canada's airports, as represented by different members and as represented by the Canadian Airports Council, indicated a high level of support for the proposal by the government. There were also witnesses that appeared from CATSA itself as well as NAV Canada. CATSA indicated support for the legislation. NAV Canada spoke specifically with regard to its own experience with the commercialization of air navigation services and the legislation that framed that commercialization, and indicated that that legislation, in their view, had stood the test of time and that they felt that they were well served by the legislative framework. And they also noted that, in fact, the legislative framework for NAV Canada is in large part similar to the legislative framework that that the government is proposing with regard to the commercialization of airport or aviation security screening. We did hear some concerns that were raised by Canada's airlines. Their concerns were largely focused on the pace of the proposed timeline for the commercialization of CATSA. And so they indicated concern that they were otherwise quite under pressure as a result of recent decisions by the government, including the grounding of the 737 MAX 8. So we are in ongoing conversation with Canada's airlines with regard to the pace of the negotiations, and I believe that the airlines are now speaking with Canadian Airports Council with a view toward developing the industry negotiating team that would then sit down with the government to finalize the negotiations required to complete the commercialization should this legislation be passed.
Is that it?
Just before concluding, I want to mention what was reported to us by the members that perhaps were minority members at the committee, at the Transportation Committee, on the Conservative side, but
to privatization being taken by the federal government is not the right solution to the organization's problem. We believe instead that CATSA funding model should be reviewed to make it stable and predictable so that the organization can meet the international standards that it has set for itself and that the industry expects. During her appearance before the committee on May 7, Nancy Fitchett, acting Vice President, Corporate Affairs and Chief Financial Officer for CATSA, said that the ATSC security charge is collected by the Government of Canada and does not flow to CATSA. The total amount of the ATSC, if that were to flow to CATSA, would certainly enable us to have a higher budget and deliver a higher wait time service level, among other things. So I think it's pretty clear from the testimony, and it depends on which side you sit on this committee. It appears what you make of it. But I think it was clear for us. I think it was shared from other parties that it was not maybe the best solution to the real problems that they face. So I think that's why I'm asking that we have a recorded vote for the clause 270 to 279. To make sure that Canadians who are watching this today understand on which side they stand, the members stand, and to also understand that this may be the beginning of the privatization of the entire industry, which means this security screening agency and airports and others that the government is on the path to privatize.
Okay, we'll get into sorry, Mr. McLeod.
Just a question on the comment that was just made regarding this being televised. My understanding, it wasn't televised?
No, this is this one isn't televised. This one is televised here. We have problems tomorrow on the televising, right? Okay, it is televised.
Thank you.
I didn't even know that. I got to comb my hair. Okay, we'll go through recorded votes on these sections, and I do know there is Mr. Richards. There's been a request that we try and stop around 1:30 because some other people have to do some stuff in the house, and so I think what we'll try and do around 1:30, adjourn or suspend until 3:30, to give you folks the opportunity to do what you got to do, if that's okay. Okay, on clause 270, shall 270 carry? Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinsky. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried. Clause 271, shall it carry? Recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Yes.
Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards. Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried. Clause 272.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinsky. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 272 carries. Clause 273, shall it carry? Recorded division.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinsky. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Clause 273 carries. Clause 274, shall it carry? Recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Yes.
Mr. McCauley. Mr. Richards. Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 274 carries. Clause 275, shall it carry? Recorded division.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Sabara.
Yes.
Mr. Iglinsky. Mr. McCauley.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
275 carries. Shall clause 276 carry on recorded?
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Fragascaris.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Sabara,
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski, Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Richards, Monsieur Dussault.
Clause 276 carries. Clause 277, recorded vote.
Madame Mendayan, Mr. Fragaskaris,
Yes.
Mr. McLeod,
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Mr. Sabara,
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski, Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Richards, Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 277 carries. Clause 278, recorded vote.
Madame Mendayan,
Oui.
Mr. Fragaskaris,
Yes.
Mr. McLeod,
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Mr. Sabara,
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski, Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
Clause 278 carries. Clause 279, recorded vote.
Madame Mendayan, Mr. Fragaskaris,
Yes.
Mr. McLeod,
Yes.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones, Mr. Sabara,
Yes.
Mr. Iglinski, Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 279 carries. Go ahead, Mr. Dussault.
It's a quick comment. I'm a bit surprised that the Conservative don't support my amendments. But I will refer them to this a letter signed by MPs Block, General, and Lippert, who said that for these reasons, and I cite the letter they sent to us, for these reasons, we supported the NDP's amendment proposed during our committee's May 14 meeting, and recommend that your committee remove Division 12 from Bill C-97 and call on the Government of Canada to introduce standalone legislation early in the new Parliament following a meaningful consultation period with all affected stakeholders. So I'm just finding myself surprised by what just happened.
All right, you've made your point. We will. Can we just? There's no amendments from clause 280 to 291. Can we carry those on divisions, and then we will adjourn till suspend till 3:30. Clauses 280 to 291. Shall they carry on division? Agreed? Okay, then we will come back and we'll start with clause 292 and the CPC amendment number 10 is up. Okay? All right, then we will suspend till 3:30. convene, and we got to clause 290, and we'll be, in effect, starting in a moment with clause 291. But we had a clause that we needed to come back to, which was, what did we?
CPC 5.
Here. Yeah, clause 131, we held it down. I believe Joyce Henry. We were waiting for an official that you had some questions for, Mr. Kamish. So we stood that down for the moment, so we'll go back, deal with that. Other witnesses, just stay at the table and we'll get to you in a minute. Are you ready to roll, or do you want a minute? Oh, you're always ready?
Always ready.
That's good.
Thank you, Madam Henry, for coming. I'm pretty sure we dug you out of the catacombs of the Flaherty building, so I'm happy you could come here. There was a discussion amongst MPs here, and we were told that FCM provides some type of document to the minister, and the minister is obliged to then table it in the House, or a version of the document. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd just like to apologize for not being here earlier. I'm actually with the Department of Natural Resources.
Oh, okay.
Yes, with the Office of Energy Efficiency. So yes, the FCM is required to provide an annual report to the three ministers with whom they have an agreement, which is the Minister of Natural Resources, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and the Minister of Infrastructure. And then the previous agreements have said that those may be tabled in Parliament, so it wasn't a requirement.
So it's a may, it's not a must.
It's a may, but the language in the current agreement with the new funding on energy efficiency has been strengthened to say shall. So we would go forward with tabling.
Okay. And so that'll be the original FCM document that would be tabled? Or does the
It's
minister do a summary of it?
No, it's an annual report, so this is the one most currently available. They have to provide it to the ministers within 5 months after the end of their fiscal year end. So this is the 2017-2018 one, and they have to make it public. So they do make it public already, but it's not necessarily tabled in Parliament.
Okay.
We're okay now?
Well, no.
Well, no, but I mean, you're
you're
done, if I put it that way. I know. So, we're done with the discussion on questions related to clause 131 that was stood. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so CPC 5, did we debate that?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so we need to go to the question on CPC 5, which was the amendment. So is there anything further to discuss in CPC 5? It was back quite a few amendments ago. All those in favor of CPC 5? Opposed? Lost. Then on clause 131, all those in favor of clause 131? On division? On division? Okay. Then coming forward to clause 292, CPC 10. Who is doing the discussion on that? CPC 10.
Sure. Okay. Sure, I can.
Mr. Richards?
For you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Yeah. Essentially, the issues that we had here is just around taking the regulatory body that exists now, which there's a whole host of issues with, and allowing it to become the essentially the college. So that's where our concerns are there, and that's why these amendments.
Else on the motion of the amendment of CPC 10? Mr. Sabara?
Where is CPC 10? What page is it? I'll just take yours. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. We'll be So I'll be speaking to this amendment and thank Mr. Richards for bringing it forward. I will be disagreeing with it and not voting for the amendment. The amendment would effectively remove the option for the existing regulatory body to apply to continue as a new college. It would effectively mean we'd be starting from scratch. It would replicate many of the same growing pains we've witnessed with the current regulator, and would also fail to mention knowledge and expertise of the professional staff of the current regulator. There are some other reasons that I can opine, but needless to say, the amendment doesn't add value to the new organization, the new committee being created. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, and we'll open it up for discussion. I think I don't think there's any more questions for you, Ms. Henry. Thank you for coming and hanging around 3 or 4 times. Is there and officials are here on this whole section. Miss Dufferin, who's a senior policy analyst with immigration, and Mr. Smith, the assistant director, social immigration policy and programs. So if there's any questions for official, they're available to take them. So on the discussion on CPC 10, any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment CPC 10? Opposed? Lost. Then clause 292, shall it carry on division? On division. There's no amendments on clause 293 to 299. Shall they carry on division? Agreed. Agreed. Carried on division. Clause 300, CPC 11.
I'll speak to that one. It's pretty simple. It's basically, it's getting to the same idea as the last one, and we have problems with this new college, and it's fraught with a lot of issues, and removing the section of the legislation would just allow the existing regulatory body to continue. It's the same idea that we're trying to get at in removing this particular section.
No, that's okay. Just looking here. Any discussion, Mr. Sabara?
Yes, sir. Similar to my comments on the prior amendment that was put forward by the opposition party, one of the primary reasons is the legislation was drafted to provide the Immigration Consultants of Canada Regulatory Council that it may continue as a new college. That is the preferred path on our government's priority, as it will help ensure a smooth transition and minimize disruption to IRCC's clients. The current regulator would have difficulty retaining its staff in the period of time before a new regulator could be established, hampering its ability to govern the profession in the interim period and its ability to provide continuous service to clients. We would like to have a smooth transition, Chair.
Okay, any further discussion on CPC 11? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. Shall clause 300 carry on division? Then turning to division 16. Same, is it different witnesses? Thank you, folks. Wasn't too hard a task. Division 16, from Immigration and Refugee, IRCC. Mr. Valentine, Director General, Refugee Affairs, and Mr. Baril, Senior Director, Refugee Affairs, and Mr. Dussault, you have a question?
Just to say that, like I did with the other part of the bill, I will be asking that we have recorded the vote on clause 301 to 310.
301 to 310, okay. Yeah. So on clause 301, we have an amendment from CPC 12. Who's putting that forward? Mr. Commish.
So yes, we're just repealing a section of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations, 159.4. the government has to close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement, and that's what this amendment will help achieve.
The chair will add a rule that it's inadmissible as it amends a statute that's not before the committee. Do you want me to give you the technical ruling for that?
Yes, please.
Explain it all out. Okay. Clause 301 of Bill C-97 amends the Immigration and Refugee Protecting Act. Amendment CPC 12 seeks to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations. So this is amending the regulations, not the act, in terms of the proposed amendment. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 771, Tom, quote, an amendment is inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee or a section of the parent act unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill, end of quote. Since the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations is not being amended by Bill C-97, it is therefore the opinion of the chair that the amendment is inadmissible. So, on clause 301, shall it carry? Oh, no, you want to vote. Okay. Could, Madam Clerk?
Madame Bendayan.
Pardon? Excuse-moi. I'm sorry.
Mr. Sorbara.
Just go.
Clause, it's clause 301.
We're voting on the clause unamended and everything, just a recorded vote? Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
We're voting on the clause, not an
Yes,
amendment, right?
on the clause.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No. No.
Mr. Blakes. Mr. Richards, sorry.
No.
Mr. Kimmich. Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Okay, clause 301 carries. Clause 302, an amendment to CPC 13. Same thing, right? Yes. So, Tom,
So
floor is yours.
it's basically the same as before. What we're doing here is replacing a portion of section 159.5 of the regulation before paragraph A, and we're basically just trying to achieve compliance of the Safe Third Country Agreement and closing all the loopholes.
Okay, the ruling on clause CPC 13 is the same as CPC 12.
Starting to think it's personal now,
which is
Mr. Chair.
inadmissible as it amends a statute that's not before the committee. Do you want me to go through the technical details again, or just give you that it's on page 771?
Thank you for the page, but I'd like to go through the technical again.
Okay, your choice. Clause 302 of Bill C-97 amends the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. The amendment CPC 13 seeks to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 771, quote, an amendment is inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee or a section of the parent act unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill, end of quote. Since the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulation is not being amended by Bill C-97, it is therefore the opinion of the chair that the amendment is inadmissible. So, it's inadmissible. Shall clause 302
Mr. Chair?
Carry on a recorded vote? Go ahead.
Before we proceed to the
Yep.
recorded vote, as my colleagues from the New Democratic Party requested, can I just ask to suspend just for a few minutes?
We can suspend. How long do you want? 3 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
We can do that. We can
Thank you.
suspend for 5 minutes. Suspend it for 5. reconvene. Are we ready to vote on clause 302? Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor of clause 302? Recorded, sorry about that, Pierre. Recorded division.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Frangiscaros, sorry.
It's okay. No problem, trust me. Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Carried. 302 is carried, and we wanted, Mr. Dussault asked for recorded divisions on right through till 310. So shall clause 303 carried, recorded vote?
Madame Benayan. Oui. Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
Clause 303 is carried, and I do remind people that our officials are here. If you've got any questions, feel free to raise them. Clause 304, shall it carry? Recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Oui. Mr. Sorbara.
Oui.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
304 is carried. On clause 305, shall it carry? Recorded vote.
Madame Benayan.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
305 is carried. Clause 306, shall it carry? Recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Oui. Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault. Carried.
Carried. 306 carried. Clause 307, shall it carry? Recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Oui. Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
307 is carried. Shall clause 308 carried on a recorded vote?
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Chair, I believe there's a proposed amendment to clause 3.
Yeah, it comes after. It's a new clause. Correct?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Madame Bendayan.
Oui.
Mr. Sorbara.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
So 308 is carried, and we have an amendment, Liberal 8, which would create a new clause 308.1. Ms. Bendian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this amendment proposes to enshrine into law the requirement of an oral hearing unless the application is allowed on paper without a hearing. This amendment spells out that the pre-removal risk assessment officer must conduct an oral hearing, providing an applicant with all of the rights and opportunities to present their case. The Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration has recommended to our committee that this measure be adopted. As a lawyer, I feel very strongly that this improves the legislation and would provide certainty to applicants and legal counsel working in the field. I know that this is also something that was recommended by stakeholders in their presentations to various committees in government.
Go ahead, Ms. Chen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee members for indulging me. Speaking to the amendment, and in fact, speaking to the entire section pertaining to the asylum seeker changes proposed under Bill C-97, the New Democrats feel very strongly that, in fact, we should not be supporting these provisions. In fact, we feel very strongly that these provisions should be struck from this bill. At the committee, which we heard from witnesses at the Immigration Committee, all the witnesses were very clear to say that the government should not be proceeding with this. We've received over 2,000 emails from Canadians calling on the government to stand down these provisions. And what this amendment does, Mr. Chair, does not fix the problem. Witnesses were clear to say that there is no fix to this. Effectively, what the government is proceeding is to endanger the lives of asylum seekers. We had expert witness who came forward to state that. Amnesty International was very clear to say that there is no fix. Creating a hearing, and not an oral hearing, according to the amendment, there's not even a requirement for oral hearing. So what's being suggested by way of an explanation is not even accurate in that regard. Amnesty International was clear to say that there is no fix, and in fact, the Canadian Refugee Lawyer Associations also said that there is no fix. So the idea of creating hearings somehow will fix this problem is erroneous at best, Mr. Chair. And as we know that the IRB already exists, there's already an independent process, a well-respected process, and in fact, the witnesses were saying that that is the process in which asylum seekers should go through to determine whether or not they are eligible to be a refugee and to be able to seek asylum here in Canada, and that is the proper process in which we should go through. The idea of setting up a separate set of hearings with some other entity to which is not prescribed in the legislation, we're duplicating our efforts. Frankly, we just had an Auditor General report who came forward to say that the government is inefficient in its work, that you're in fact duplicating its effort and not achieving the results that we hope to achieve. So why are we then creating a separate process for asylum seekers to have to go through, costing taxpayers money? And then to set up a new infrastructure altogether to do this work, where the IRB is already very capable of doing this work. So the attempt of somehow saying that, hey, but we can fix this draconian piece of legislation put before us by saying that, oh, but we're going to require hearings is deficient. And Mr. Chair, as you're aware, from the Immigration Committee, from the NDP, I sent a letter to you, Mr. Chair, to be shared for all the committee members, saying that, in fact, urging the committee members to strike down these provisions. I think that in the very minimum, Mr. Chair, that these provisions ought to be a standalone bill in the House of Commons for full debate, but really, as we heard from witnesses through and through, they were calling for the government to strike down these provisions and to withdraw them.
Thank you, Ms. Kwan. Just before we see if there's any further discussion, yes, we did receive the report from the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, and related to this section, the committee said that our committee has met in this regard on Tuesday, May 7th and Wednesday, May 8th. 2019, in order to hear from the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction and from other witnesses. Their contribution to the study has been very valuable and informative. The committee recommends that the Finance Committee adopt clauses 301 to 305 and the first clause of 310 without amendment. committee agrees that these new provisions will help maintain the integrity of Canada's immigration system. I'll read the rest of it as well. Committee recommends that the Finance Committee adopt clauses 306 to 309 and the last three sections of clause 310, provided that the Finance Committee is satisfied that the legislation will guarantee a right to an oral PRRA hearing to all asylum seekers who will be affected by this new ground of ineligibility under clause 306, i.e. section 10(1) subsection C1 of the IRPA. And as well, just for your information, we did receive your letter. That's been sent to committee members, as well as, I'm not sure whether it was you who sent it or the committee, but all the submissions from a number of witnesses that you had mentioned were sent out to the Finance Committee as well. Go ahead, floor is yours. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wonder if you could also read onto the record the letter in which I sent to you, Mr. Chair, as you have done from the other letter from the committee.
Yeah, we can, or would you prefer, you want me to read it? Okay, or do you want to read it?
No, I would in fact prefer for you to read it, Mr. Chair, seeing as the letter was sent to you for the committee. Thank you very much.
The clerk is just getting the letter while he's doing that, and I have it somewhere in this pile of paper, but we'll get it off the system there if we could, David. While we're waiting for that letter to come, is there any other discussion? Yes, go ahead. No, just wait. I'll read the letter now that it's arrived. Tom, if I could. Okay, the letter is from the member for Vancouver East, just stated in there. Finance Committee Chair, I write to you today as the NDP critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship in response to your invitation for the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to study Part 4, Division 15 of Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget and to provide recommendations through you, the Finance Committee, to consider during its clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. Please accept this as an NDP submission to your request. As I'm sure you're aware, Bill C-97 is a 392-page omnibus budget bill. Contained in that bill is Part 4, Division 15, which sets out the creation of a new professional college to govern the conduct of registered professional immigration consultants. Given the nature of the immigration consultancy, that is that they are often working with vulnerable populations, in some cases with limited official language skills, and often of limited financial means, we as elected officials have a duty to ensure that these professional is held to the highest standard of professional conduct. During the spring session of 2017, a CIMM, or the Citizenship Committee, conducted an in-depth study on immigration consultants in Canada. While the study had originally set out to focus on unregistered consultants, often referred to as ghost consultants, it became immediately clear that registered consultants and their regulatory body needed to be examined as well. This would result in CIMM, or the Citizenship Committee, only unanimously supported report of this Parliament. The title alone makes it very clear, quote, starting again, improving government oversight of immigration consultants, end of quote. I believe recommendation 1 is quite clear. Quote, that the Government of Canada create by statute an independent public interest body empowered to regulate and govern the profession of immigration consultants, and that the mandate of the new regulatory body include protection of the public by maintaining high ethical standards so as to preserve the integrity of the system, and protection of applicants from exploitation by maintaining high standards of competence and encouraging reasonable fees for services rendered. To avoid actual or apparent conflicts of interest, this new body should be accountable to a minister other than the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. This would be a government-regulated body, end of quote. When Minister Hussain responded to this report on 16 October 2017, he stated, and I quote, that government expects to be able to provide more information on the way forward next year, end of quote. It appears that when the minister failed to meet his own self-imposed deadline, and the government is now jamming it into a 392-page omnibus budget bill. While CIMM examined the provisions, it can hardly be considered a study. We had merely 2 meetings to hear from witnesses. The proposed legislation leaves huge blanks for how the college will be run, leaving the door open for the current regulatory body, the Immigration Consultants of Canada Regulatory Council, or CCRC, to merely transition into a new role. This is woefully inadequate. There are simply too many unanswered questions that remain with this legislation. It needed to be tabled as a standalone piece of legislation so that it would be subject to proper democratic debate and thoughtful study. This has not happened within the time constraints and limited scrutiny available for provisions within this omnibus budget bill. Therefore, the New Democratic Party's recommendation to the Finance Committee is to have Part 4, Division 14, withdrawn from Bill C-97 and tabled as a standalone bill. The New Democrats believe that we need a new oversight body for immigration consultants in Canada. However, given the important nature of this work and the vulnerable population served, we need to make sure we get it right. Sincerely, yourself, Jenny Kwan. Yes, Ms. Kwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The letter to which you've read out refers to the previous section on the
Yes.
consultant piece. There's a separate letter that was sent to you as well pertaining to the asylum seekers component. And I wonder if you may, if you could read that onto the record.
Do you want to read that one? I'll be out of voice.
Okay, I will pull up my letter. I didn't actually bring it with me. Not
Do we
anticipating.
have it here? I'm sure if you want it on bigger print than your BlackBerry, your smartphone. You could give that to Jenny, David. Your voice will sound better than mine anyway, Jenny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is a letter dated May 17th, 2019, addressed to you, Mr. Chair. So it reads as follows. Finance Committee Chair Easter, I write to you today as the NDP critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship in response to your invitation for the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to study Part 4, Division 15 of Bill C-97 and act to implement certain provisions of the budget and to provide recommendations through you, the Finance Committee, to consider doing its clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. Please accept this as the NDP submission to your requests. As I'm sure you're aware, Bill C-97 is a 392-page omnibus budget bill. Contained in that bill is Part 4, Division 15, which sets out the creation. Sorry, Mr. Chair, this is the same letter that was just read out. Okay, I think I will go to my own document and look for the right letter, my own system. Okay. should take a look at it.
So this one is Division 16. Is it the one that you're looking
Yeah,
for?
Division 16. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we've got the right letter, but it was good to have the same letter written, put on the record 1.5 times. Okay, so on Division 16, so this is a letter dated May 17th, 2019. Again, the letter is addressed to you, Mr. Chair, Finance Committee Chair Easter. I write to you today as the NDP critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship in response to your invitation for the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to study and make recommendations for Part 4, Division 16 of Bill C-97 and act to implement certain provisions of the budget. Please accept this as the NDP dissenting submission to your request. Bill C-97 is a 392-page omnibus budget bill. Contained in that bill is Part 4, Division 16, which proposes significant changes to Canada's refugee determination system. It appears that these changes are meant to block and deter access to Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board, the IRB, from certain groups of asylum seekers. The provisions contained within Division 16 appear to be nothing more than an attempt to look tough on borders after the government has failed to lead on the asylum seeker file since 2017. This failure created a vacuum that was filled by misinformation campaigns and the vilification of asylum seekers, which has since been further pushed by the Conservative Party. As you're aware, Part 4, Division 16 was not even included in your original invitation to the SIM committee as a section of Bill C-97 to study. While I was successful in my fight to have these changes at least brought to SIM, I am deeply disturbed by the unacceptably short time that we have had to study these provisions. Despite this unacceptable approach to the legislation, we heard loud and clear from the experts that appear at SIM, and it is my understanding that you have heard the same message at the Finance Committee. Groups such as, going to the second page. I'm not quite sure how you do that. Such as Amnesty International, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, CARL, and the Canadian Council for Refugees, CCR, spoke clearly that these changes cannot be supported and cannot be rammed through in Bill C-97. These changes must be withdrawn from Bill C-97. When government members of SIM asked experts appearing at our committee on how to make the proposed changes to the refugee determination process better or to fix the concerns they may have regarding the bill, they were told simply that there is no fix. They were clear to say that lives would be put at risk and that the suggestion of an, quote, enhanced process, end quote, is not only an inefficient duplication of processes, they also note that it is inferior to what already exists with the IRB. The experts were loud and clear that cannot be permitted as lives are at risk. SIM also received over 2,200 letters from individuals speaking out against these proposed changes, calling for them to be withdrawn. In addition, the Prime Minister had been sent an open letter from 46 women's organizations from across Canada denouncing these changes and their inclusion in Bill C-97. This is because of the disproportionate impact on women and girls. Witnesses appearing before SIM echoed this concern and noted that the government had clearly failed to do a gender-based analysis plus of these provisions. It is with all this in mind that on behalf of the New Democratic Party, my recommendation to the Finance Committee is to have Part 4, Division 16 withdrawn from Bill C-97 or have all these provisions struck from Bill C-97. The refugee determination process should not be used for partisan political gains ahead of an election. There is no question that any changes need be, in the minimum, be thoroughly studied. Under the current conditions, this is simply not possible. Sincerely signed by myself.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Dussault.
J'aurais une question.
I have a question to put to the civil servants here with us to try to clarify this new process. around the amendment being put forward. According to you, how is this process in this amendment different from the current process that now exists at the Refugee Board? So what would be the difference here? What's the difference between the two procedures? Well, at the board, the current process is based on using a court. It's a bit like a court process. So if the minister intervenes, then it becomes an adversarial process. There would be two parties that would have to each show the grounds for their case, and then there would be a decision made. So when it's the IRCC who makes a decision about the risk involved in sending someone back over the border, then there's a one-on-one interaction between members of the board and the person or the council representing them. So it's of a more administrative nature. But a court process, wouldn't that lead to a more just and accurate decision in as much as that parties' rights would be truly respected? No, the decision makers are always independent, whether it's an administrative process or a judicial process. The IRB or the IRCC, the decisions cannot be influenced in any way. So how can you say that the people making the decisions at the IRCC are really independent if they are, in a sense, hired by the government? Well, the decisions are left up to the decision makers, and it's up to them, based on the facts brought before them and based on the our pacts, international covenants against torture and refugee protection, to render their decision. Which system do you think is best? The one based on the board, or this new IRCC-based process?
I don't think that's a question that these officials can answer. I don't think it's up to...
Peut-être une autre question que j'aurais, c'est quel...
Very well. Then I have another question. What's the nature of these hearings? Because we're saying these wouldn't be oral hearings, but rather the type of hearings that my colleague, Ms. Kwan, was mentioning earlier, whereas our colleagues around the table, in their remarks, seem to be referring to oral hearings. But in this amendment, we don't see the word oral anywhere. So could you reassure us that there would indeed be oral, face-to-face hearings based on fair procedure of natural justice that each applicant will have a right to? I don't have the regulations before me, but hearing means an oral hearing. A hearing, that is when someone is heard by the decision maker. Yes, but I think that in a number of cases, at least we've been told, that when the risk is being weighed, we're told that very few of these cases are actually heard by someone where the claimant can actually make oral representations. And some people have told us that throughout their career they've seen very few cases like this. So why are you now telling us that it would automatically be an oral hearing? Whereas according to the experts, this type of hearing is usually based on written information sent in, and we just hope that the civil servant who will be reviewing the file will be looking at it from the right angle and take into account the same elements that the claimant thinks are relevant. The current process is, first and foremost, a paper-based process, in as much as the claimant puts in an application, and then based on the elements that are laid out in the regulations are respected, and the credibility issues become of great importance to the decision-making, and based on the Supreme Court's Singh ruling, there must be a hearing. So when there's a credibility issue, and that seems central to the decision, a hearing takes place. In the context of the amendment, then, if I understand it correctly, all cases that will be ineligible in that sense will be able to go to hearing without necessarily having to decide that credibility is central to the case. Do you think it would be useful to specify that the hearing would be oral? Or do you think the word hearing automatically means that it is oral and someone will be heard in person? Well, to my mind, oral is hearing, it's the same, but
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the officials for being here. Not only have we heard from our colleagues on the SIM committee that they wish us to go ahead and make this change through the BIA, we've also, it's on record, the UNHCR, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, and specifically their representative in Canada, has been quite clear on this point, that the proposed changes that the government has put forward are entirely reasonable, quote unquote. Those aren't my words. Those are the head of the UNHCR in Canada, the body tasked with ensuring the well-being of refugees around the world, has no problem with what the government wants to do here. And so I appreciate the fact that my colleagues opposite are concerned, but that concern I don't think is substantiated. Not only, again, did we hear from SIM asking us to make this change, not only have we heard from the UNHCR, but you'll recall, Mr. Chair, we had witnesses testify on this point, and I don't remember, I'll speak for myself here, but I don't remember any conclusive evidence that matches with what my colleagues opposite have put forward in terms of a substantial risk existing. There was no evidence that that exists that would indicate that there is a risk in that way.
Ms. Kwan and then Mr. Dussault.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would urge the members from this committee then to undertake to read the witnesses' testimony from the SIM committee. In fact, witnesses were quite clear, people who work directly with refugees, to say the kind of risks that they would be exposed to. And in fact, at the SIM committee, the Liberal members were desperate to ask the witnesses to say, how do we fix this? What is your proposed fix, given the fears that were highlighted at the committee? And they were explicit to say that there was no fix, that you cannot fix this situation, and that the recourse for the government to undertake was, in fact, to withdraw the proposed legislation hidden in Bill C-97. The SIM committee also had witnesses, by the way, from the United States who actually work with particularly women from the Americas, and they talked about the violence in which they face, and children as well, and the severe risks to which they face, and they urged the government to take action in this regard and to say very clearly that this legislation will not address the concerns that people had tabled. And so the idea of somehow saying that there's going to be a hearing incorporated into this, and how this hearing will be dealt with, in what format, none of that is explained in anywhere, by the way. And then the other issue, which is critical, you would think that the government would want to move forward on this, to address a most recent report that the Auditor General had just tabled to talk about the ineffectiveness of the government's operation, of the duplication of effort, the waste of taxpayers' money in this effort. And here we are. What are we doing? We're talking about setting up a parallel system, supposedly. Although the legislation doesn't say that, we have no idea what that system is, other than to say that there would be some sort of hearing. I suspect that all that the government is trying to do is to say, look, you know, it's all going to be okay. There's going to be a hearing. And by the way, we're not infringing on the Supreme Court decision on Singh versus Canada, because there will be a hearing. And so on the issue around taxpayers' resources, what on earth would the government think by setting up another process in duplicating the process, even if you pretend for a minute that the process is going to be exactly the same as the IRB, that people would not be at risk and they would be entitled all the due processes that they would be required. What on earth is the government doing, setting up another process and having to set up the same kind of infrastructure, hiring the same kind of people, having to train the same people to do the same work when you already have an infrastructure in place? Makes zero sense whatsoever.
Okay, I have Mr. Dussault, but I'm just going back to the letter that came from us from the SIM committee, which I read before, so keep that in mind, because they didn't make, the committee agrees with, relate to section 16 here. The committee, and I'll re-quote again, the committee, this is the SIM committee, recommends that the Finance Committee adopt clauses 306, 309, and the last three sections of clauses 310, provided that the Finance Committee is satisfied that the legislation will guarantee a right to an oral PRRA hearing to all asylum seekers who will be affected by this new ground of ineligibility under clause 306. So that's what the SIM committee, signed by their chair, sent to this committee, just so we're clear. Mr. Dussault, and then if we could sum up, Mr. Dussault.
Yes, but the chair of the committee should have said that he was speaking on behalf of the majority of the members of the committee, because clearly there was disagreement at that committee.
And we have, and we received that in information. There was the couple of the letters never went out though because they haven't been translated as yet. So.
Mais ce que je voulais seulement dire, c'est que je trouvais.
But what I really want to say is that I find it very unfortunate and even a mark of insensitivity of our colleagues across the table that they don't remember the what was said by Mr. Mohammed, one of the witnesses before our committee. I remember very clearly his testimony to us. He was very clear, stating that if these clauses were adopted by the government or had already been adopted, he, according to him, would have been sent back to Ghana and his life would now be in danger. I'm not sure where my colleagues were when he spoke to us at the SIM committee. Perhaps they weren't listening, or perhaps they were out of the room, or perhaps they were merely insensitive to what he had to say. But I was very touched, of course. And based on his testimony, I have taken most seriously his call to action. And his call to action was just that, to withdraw these clauses. And that's why we're here, to protect him and persons like him who've been able to claim refuge here and who would otherwise be sent back to their countries where they would be in danger. So I call on your humanity. I call on you to ensure that this does not take place for anyone like him, for anyone who's claiming refugee status here in Canada.
Clause, Liberal Amendment 8, which creates new clause 3081. Are we ready to vote on this? And do you want a recorded vote on this, Mr. Dussault? So, Madam Clerk.
Madame Bendayan.
Oui.
Mr. Sobara.
Oui.
Mr. Fragiskados.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
So the amendment is carried. Shall clause 309 carry as amended?
It's different. It's different.
Oh, sorry.
The amendment is adopted.
The amendment is adopted. Okay, we don't need.
309 by itself.
And it was adopted previously. Okay, clause.
It was not adopted previously because it is separate.
Yeah.
We have to vote on
Okay.
309.
Shall clause 309 carry on division? Okay, recorded vote.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Fragiskados.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Blakes. Mr. Richards, sorry.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Clause 309 carries. And a Liberal amendment to 9. Create a new clause 310. Yeah, Ms. Benduan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Liberal Amendment number 9 is a coordinating amendment so that the previous clauses of Immigration and Refugee Protection Act not yet brought into force are aligned with the new amendment that was just passed by this committee as Liberal Amendment 8. And so Liberal Amendment 9 is simply coordinating, again, with respect to providing a hearing for all applicants under the proposed system in the budget bill.
It's open for discussion. Is anybody on this one? On Liberal 9, on the amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to put on the public record, again, for the same reasons that I iterated earlier, that the NDP opposes this amendment, and again, once call on the government to withdraw these changes.
Any further discussion? All those then in favor of Liberal 9, which creates clause 310, record it. Okay.
Madame Bendayan.
So.
Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Fragescaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Okay, the amendment is carried. Then shall clause 310 carry as amended? And you want a recorded vote? Madam Clerk.
Madame Bendayan. Oui. Mr. Sorbara. Oui. Mr. Fragescaros.
Yes.
Mr. Longfield.
Yes.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Monsieur Dussault.
No.
Carried.
So clause 310 carries as amended. Thank you to Mr. Valentine and Mr. Baril. We'll now turn to Division 17, Federal Courts Act. Is there witnesses here for the Federal Courts Act in case there's questions? I believe it's Madam Barathun? Bertune? Bertune? Welcome. Okay, so officials are in place. There is no amendments on clauses 311 to 312 unless there's questions to officials. Any questions to officials here? Then can we see clauses 311 and 312? Can we agree to carry them on division? Agreed. Thank you, Dell. That was simple. Division 9. Division 18, National Housing Act. It's done? Oh, yeah, we're done there, aren't we? Division 19, National Housing Strategy Act. Okay, we have Mr. Tremblay, Senior Vice President, Policy and Innovation with CMHC, and Mr. Young, Director, Legal Service with CMHC. And we'll first start with on clause 313, and if there's any questions, please feel free to ask them of officials. We'll start with NDP 9, Mr. Dussault, and If adopted, just for committee members' purposes, if adopted, Liberal 10 cannot be moved. NDP 9.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just find my way to NDP 9. So indeed, page 283. And this is regarding the National Housing Strategy Act. These are amendments which have, of course, been grounded in testimony we heard. A number of people speaking to the committee gave us convincing testimony of the importance of recognizing that housing is a fundamental human right. And they said such based on the fact that the legislation now before us, the National Housing Strategy Act, does not create legislation that recognizes that housing is a fundamental human right. Contrary to the current government statements that it wished to recognize housing as a fundamental human right, we heard from witnesses that this is not what the Act has done. The Act that is proposed here in C-97. There is merely a statement in the preliminary section of this C-97 saying that housing is important, and so that it was important to recognize the inherent dignity and well-being of people, and that it's important to come up with a housing strategy, continue to support the right to housing, and so on, all quite vague, without really recognizing that housing is a human right, not only in Canadian law, but also in international law, as is recognized in a number of conventions. That is why I put forward the amendment here at NDP 9, and you will read in it that we call for recognizing at A of Clause 4, Paragraph A, that housing is a fundamental human right that is essential to the inherent dignity and well-being of the person and to the development of sustainable and inclusive communities. So these are terms taken from recommendations that were provided by our witnesses. Also, we would be calling for adding a paragraph D. So we would have A, B, C, and then D, calling for identifying the particular needs and rights of Indigenous peoples and the barriers that prevent them from meeting those needs and exercising those rights, and consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, co-develop strategies with Indigenous organizations to address these barriers and to enable Indigenous peoples to meet their needs and exercise their rights. So this would be included in the legislation and would be recognized in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, something that we should be doing as often as we could and can indeed recognize their rights. And this would recognize this, something that was passed over by the government. And then on the next page, you will see another proposal, lines 3 to 5. Regarding the strategy, we call for implementing the housing policy, taking a human rights-based approach. In line with what I was saying earlier, the need to recognize housing as a human right and to bring in policy based on that recognition. And also to ensure that there would be results respecting these aims. And a little further on, E, by adding in the content of the strategy, provide public education resources and support for community initiatives designed to advance the right to housing, as well as F, support the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples with regard to housing. So these are the amendments that we propose to the contents the body of the strategy and the nature of the legislation as well, that it recognized that housing is a fundamental human right, and that it use and recognize the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and strengthen the mandate of the content here of the strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In general terms, the vision set out by NDP 9 and my colleague is, I think we'll see, captured in Lib 10. But beyond that, also in general terms, when my colleague raises the focus on Indigenous issues and specifically issues relating to Indigenous housing, the reality is that we're already focused on these things. He will know that through the National Housing Strategy, for instance, Minister Duclos and this government have brought in a distinctions-based housing approach. We have consulted widely on that issue with Indigenous leaders throughout this country, and we will continue to do that. Moreover, we've already set aside $638 million, that was back in February, Mr. Chair, for an urban Indigenous housing approach and strategy. And so for that reason, I can't support NDP 9.
Any other discussion on NDP 9? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment NDP 9? Opposed? Lost. Then turning to Liberal 10, amendment on the same clause, amendment to clause 313. Mr. Fragascatis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, there is a mistake in the French version of the housing amendment here. Instead of saying, and I quote, I'll go slowly for the purposes of our colleagues at the front. Instead of saying, quote, affirmé par les droits internationaux, it should say conformé par les droits internationaux. There's a spelling difference there. Also, affirmé is a direct translation of affirmed, but wouldn't mean the same thing in legal terms. So that's clear. So I put that forward.
Okay.
Moving on to the substance of Lib 10 here. The proposed legislation recognizes the importance of housing to the well-being of all persons in Canada and reflects the key principles of a human rights-based approach to housing. In particular, the legislation requires that the National Housing Strategy focus on improving housing outcomes for those in greatest need. The NHS Act would establish a National Housing Council with diverse representation, including people with lived experience, housing need, or homelessness, something that's tremendously important to this government and to, I think ought to be to all members of Parliament, Mr. Chair, to provide advice to the minister responsible for housing as well. Under the proposed legislation, the annual report of the Federal Housing Advocate must contain recommended measures within the government's authority to address taking into account the housing policy. So that's the vision here. Also, since I'm at it, I'll just add that NDP 11, in the proposed amendment that's about to be put forward later on, it is certainly worthy of consideration, Mr. Chair, but I believe would require a royal recommendation. But as far as dealing with the vision that it sets out in principle, as I say, it's certainly worthy of consideration. And I believe that we will be seeing something to address the goals that it seeks to attain. That should be forthcoming in sometime very soon.
Okay, and I should have mentioned as well as if Liberal 10 is adopted, NDP 10 cannot be moved due to the line conflict. So is there any further discussion on the amendment tabled by Mr. Fragascatis? Mr. Dussault, excuse me.
J'essaie juste de comprendre qu'est-ce qui s'est passé entre le moment.
I'm just trying to understand what's happened between the time when the government tabled this bill in its current state, as we see it before us, where there is no affirmation of the right to housing, but that today they seem to be waking up and finding it so important to affirm this right in the bill. So I wonder what's happened, what's gone on. Either there's been a mistake, or how else would they let something slip by? I mean, it's a very serious error in a housing act where they don't even affirm the right to housing. So I'm trying to understand what's gone on here. I'm not sure if anyone around the table is able to shed some light on this, but hey, look, it seems a little odd. Then we're stuck with this kind of need to pick up on what they've missed out on.
Mr. Fragascatis.
I think you answered it, Mr. Chair, and at the risk of taking the bait that my colleague has put forward, no, in all seriousness, I think he should be joining us in celebrating what is a very good goal and a very good vision that the amendment sets out. I'm not only saying that because it's my amendment. I think it's something that anyone who's interested in housing and anyone who's interested in human rights, and frankly, we heard from witnesses that told us that this was a worthy sort of approach, a worthy amendment to include. And for that reason, what else is there to say? I think we ought to go in this direction.
Mr. Dussault.
Justement, à ce propos,
Well, indeed. In our consultations within the committee, we clearly heard such recommendations. And I'm truly pleased to see my colleague picking up on them, but I'm going to ask the officials here with us whether, before we suggest this legislation, have there been any consultations? And if didn't the people you consult make the same recommendations, being to affirm this fundamental right within the legislation, and what follow-up was there? Thank you for the question. There were indeed consultations from the month of March through the month of July. So I think that the initial bill, the aim was to find a good balance between the information we got and the feedback we got, and as members of Parliament have already mentioned, there's always room for improvement, and I think that amendments are now being proposed to improve the bill. Oh, better late than never, I guess.
On Liberal 10, all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Carried. NDP 10, as I said, is cannot be moved due to the line conflict. NDP 11 is inadmissible because it's beyond the scope of the bill. Clause 313 of Bill C-97 proposes the National Housing Strategy Act. Amendment NDP 11 brings several modifications to the strategy. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 770, quote, an amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill, end of quote. In the opinion of the chair, NDP 11 seeks to provide the federal housing advocate with new duties and functions and to introduce new concepts that are beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. NDP 12, Mr. Dussault.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank you for your decision. I'm very pleased. Well, I'm not entirely pleased to hear it, but I do understand how the rules work, and I understand the rules, but it certainly would have strengthened the role of the federal housing advocate, which doesn't really have the teeth it should without the amendments. But I did hear a few moments ago that my colleague has taken good note of these recommendations and intends to follow up on them. So well, I'm not holding my breath, but I certainly hope that he realizes we'll be following this very closely. We intend to ensure that this person have an important place in government, that he or she be able to undertake studies, be able to examine this area in great detail. Let me move on to NDP 12. The aim here is to ensure that the minister must respond to any recommendation made by the Federal Housing Advocate. And the Federal Housing Advocate is established by this legislation. This is a role that's being created here. They don't have all the powers I would like, not all the teeth I would like, but at least they would exist. After Clause 17 at 17.1, we would add this, stating that the Federal Housing Advocate would be responded to by the Minister, given that the Federal Housing Advocate would have status within Parliament, and the Minister would respond within 30 days after the day in which the Minister receives any recommendation from the Federal Housing Advocate. So, of course, it shouldn't be just classified material, something left on the shelves or left on someone's desk. You know, thank you very much. Lovely. Thanks for your call, dear Federal Housing Advocate. Let's hear the next issue. We want to ensure that things be followed up on. There's some transparency in matters of responses to the Federal Housing Advocate, much as when we call on the government to respond to committee questions, we ask ministers to come here to respond to us and make their responses public. So that's the nature of NDP 12, to add 17.1.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we allow for a time frame that will give the government time to consult with relevant federal departments and agencies and talk about solutions and discuss the problems identified in the reports. The current bill states that the minister must table a response to the annual report of the Federal Housing Advocate in Parliament within 150 days of tabling the advocate's report. I think that's what we'd like to support.
Okay, we ready for the question on NDP 12? Go ahead, Mr. Dussault.
Juste peut-être que les fonctionnaires peuvent.
Well, perhaps the officials can give us some help here. The requirement now before us at Clause 17 is that the advocate table an annual report and that the government would respond to that. But what about their recommendations? What about recommendations made by the Federal Housing Advocate? Would they all be within their annual report, or how can we ensure that they be able to make recommendations and that those recommendations are followed up on? Thanks for the question, Mr. Dussault. I imagine that the Federal Housing Advocate would include the recommendations in their annual report. Yes, indeed. If he or she decided that it was a substantive recommendation, then I certainly would imagine that they would include it in their annual report and that the minister would be called on and required to respond to that recommendation. All right, we'll take you on your word.
It's open or we'll vote on NDP 12. All those in favor of NDP 12? Opposed? Lost. CPC 14, amendment to clause 313. Who's on that? Blake? Mr. Commish?
What's your amendment, I guess? This is just, we'll just add a requirement again. I've done a lot of these in the past, another reporting requirement in Parliament, including the total number of houses constructed annually under the National Housing Strategy. I just think it's wise to require Parliament to know and for the minister to know and then report back to us the final numbers of what they've achieved, because too often we don't get that type of information and feedback, and it's an accountability measure.
Any further discussion? Mr. Fragascatis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's an issue of redundancy here, and I know my colleague is always advocating ideas that will make Parliament better and more responsible, and there's always wisdom in that. But there's not wisdom in redundancy. So let's, to add to that, what I mean is that there is, in addition to regular reporting to Canadians on National Housing Strategy progress, including the Investing in Canada plan, the annual report of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and semi-annual reporting on targets and investments by provinces and territories. We've already got that happening. So I worry that what my colleague opposite is proposing would add another layer of complexity onto this.
Mr. Polyev?
Yeah, Mr. Fregis mentioned. Can you repeat that? I want to say it properly.
You wouldn't be the first. Don't worry, Fregistakis.
Fregistakis.
You're fine. Just
can I call you Peter?
You can, yeah.
You can call me Pierre.
Yeah, that's good.
He is correct. There's a lot of reporting in the legislation, but what my friend Tom is proposing is the specific number of houses built. Am I right? Yep. So we have the actual units, the end result. And I think one of the problems with government is we celebrate how much money we're spending, how many reports we're writing, but we don't actually report on what results it all has achieved. Mr. Kamiuk has said, look, you're telling me this is about building houses. How many houses did you build? And I know often government doesn't like to report on hard results because so much of the money in these trickle-down government policies just gets gobbled up by bureaucracy, and very little actually gets to the people who were its intended beneficiaries. But a great economist once said, a policy should not be judged by its intentions, but by its results, and we'd like to see those results reported.
You wanted in, Mr. Kamish?
Or just Tom.
I'm glad somebody else.
I've actually read
troubles
those
with names
reports,
besides me.
and they're not as consistent across the board year to year. So this would be providing a requirement for CMHC to report those numbers exactly using these 4 metrics right here. And time again, you've heard me at committee ask actually officials and the CEO of CMHC, and then I asked Department of Finance officials about that 100,000 number about shared equity mortgages, and nobody could really figure out where it was coming from until I asked the question at the Public Accounts Committee, and I finally did get an answer from the CEO on where they got the number from. And that's why on these numbers, I want to report it back. I also remind you of the Auditor General's report from the fall that lambasted the government for being only concerned with big dollar amounts as achievements. And in the Auditor General's report, which was a cross-government look, it accused the government of measuring success by dollars shoveled out the door. So if we're going to shovel money out the door in the vast volumes that the government's intent on doing right now, I think it's the minimum we could ask for is a report back on what they did with the money, beyond just press releases and pretty documents that are really marketing documents that the CMHC does and others do. And so this would be a required amount of information on the NHS so that we have it as parliamentarians. And every document tabled in the House of Commons gets a sessional deposit number and is extremely easy to find thereafter through the Library of Parliament. Otherwise, it's quite difficult. Government documents on Crown Corporation websites get taken down routinely. I know this because I have broken links now from older documents that are no longer available. So I think this is a minimum requirement. Things like units upgraded, renovated, modernized. We saw fiasco with one of your parliamentary secretaries on the government side, inflating the numbers for which he was called out. This would avoid that situation. It would provide clarity to all members of Parliament, regardless of party, and then we will know what's going on. It would not be a reliance on these, basically I call marketing documents that may or may not have that information within there. More transparency is always a good thing.
All right, are we ready for the question? All those in favor of CPC 14, we see you back there, Pierre. All those opposed? Lost. Shall clause 313 carry as amended? Agreed. Shall clause 314 carry on division? On division? Okay, turning to thank you, gentlemen. Turning to Division 20, Poverty Reduction Act, Clause 315. There's a couple of officials to come forward. Okay, Ms. Halls, Director General, Social Policy Director at ESDC, and Mr. Valancourt, Senior Director, Social Development Policy Division, ESDC. And we'll start off with Clause 315, NDP Amendment 13. And if adopted, NDP 17 cannot be moved. Mr. Dussault, do you want to speak to that?
Oui, bien sûr. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Chair. You will see, and I'm telling you up front that we have a number of amendments to propose on this part of the bill, which is entitled in the current version, before it could be changed, the Poverty Elimination Act, which betrays, I think, the very title betrays the Government of Canada's lack of ambition in this matter, aiming to reduce poverty rather than to eliminate it, as we would suggest. A number of witnesses have pointed this out, that the government goals are not ambitious enough. And we should look at target number 1, which was really agreed at the international level to eliminate poverty, not merely to reduce it. And the government were sufficiently ambitious, it would change the title, and the relevant other sections and other acts, substituting everywhere elimination for reduction. So that's the purpose of our NDP 13. There would be other amendments coming with the same aim. We had a bit of difficulty finding all the uses of the word reduction throughout the Act, but that's our overall aim, to make this more ambitious and to insist the government be more ambitious. It seems that they aren't, or certainly weren't, when they drew up this bill. So elimination instead of poverty reduction. So you will see we have a number of suggestions and proposals to ensure that elimination is the term used throughout the entire legislation, based on what witnesses told us.
Mr. Sabera.
Merci, Mr. Chair, and merci à mon collègue.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Dussault.
First of all, with regards to the Poverty Reduction Act, our government, for the first time in our country's history, is introducing legislation that would see a large reduction in poverty from coast to coast to coast. And in actual fact, of 825,000 Canadians already have been lifted out of poverty, as commented or as stated by Statistics Canada since we came into office. So this legislation that we have in place demonstrates the government's utmost commitment to continue to reduce poverty, continue to improve the lives of all Canadians. I will be voting against, contra, l'amendement that the member has brought forward, for the strict purpose that it does not align with our government's commitments, and as such we do not support the amendment. And as stated in the legislation, by 2030 we are committed to a sustainable goal of reducing poverty by at least 50%, or that at least half the proportion of men, women, and children in all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions, according to national definitions. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussions? And I remind people that officials are here if there's any questions to officials. Mr. Dussault.
Well, clearly the government just confirmed that his goal is to reduce poverty instead of eliminating. So it's unfortunate that there's a lack of ambition from the government that just want to reduce it instead of eliminating it. So I think it's very unfortunate today that they're keeping that goal and instead of wanting to eradicate poverty.
Okay, point's been made. All those in favor of NDP 13? Recorded vote, all right. Madam Clerk.
Madame Bendayan. Mr. Sorbar.
No.
Sorry.
No. It's on the NDP motion.
This is on the NDP motion?
Yes.
I thought it was on the motion not as amended. I apologize. No, on the amendment.
Mr. Sor-
Who can tell me? Okay. She, yes, she can if she realized that she thought she was voting on something else rather than what she was voting on. So yes. So the vote is from Miss Bendian as no.
Mr. Sorbara.
No.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
No.
Mr. Longfield.
No.
Mr. McLeod.
No.
Mr. Poiliev.
No.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Kimmich.
No.
Mr. Dussault.
Oui.
The motion is lost. On PB 3, that motion is, I know there's the representative from the Green Party is not back here, but it is deemed moved, so it is on the floor if somebody wants to speak to it. Anybody want to make some comments on PB 3? Mr. Longfield, go ahead.
I think this relates to the previous motion as well, where we're reflecting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and she's put some language in to that effect, so I think it looks good. It's consistent with what we're trying to do to align ourselves with international progress against poverty.
All right, do you have, it's open for further discussion. Any further comment? Mr. Dussault.
Oui, ben, vous verrez, Monsieur le Président, que j'ai un...
Yes, well, you will see, Mr. Chair, that I have an identical amendment a little further along, NDP 19, if I'm not mistaken. Hang on, let me see. No, perhaps, no, I guess not. Not quite identical. Well, it's quite similar, but not quite the same aim. Unfortunate. I hope that the government will also look favorably on NDP 19 when we get there.
3 is up for discussion. All those in favor of Amendment PB 3? Opposed? Carried. NDP 14. And if this one's adopted, NDP 15 cannot be moved due to line conflict. So NDP 14, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, effectivement, Monsieur le Président, vous me devancez un peu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You are definitely seeing where I'm heading. Indeed, there's a series of amendments here, the aim of which is to correct the mistakes that have been pointed out by witnesses. The errors in matters of poverty line and its definition, what's put forward in the legislation is the purchase basket measure of poverty lines, and there was a good deal heard about this from witnesses. So if this amendment isn't adopted, there you will see others down the line that have the same aim. So the first proposal is to change the definition of the poverty line, which would be called, if this is adopted, the official reference poverty line, which I think would provide a good balance between the government's proposal to base the poverty line on the market basket measure and the proposals put forward by certain witnesses, which were to change the measure, to really find another measure to use. So here, rather than saying an official poverty line, we would simply say an official reference poverty line. This change would allow people to understand what we're dealing with here. And of course, other required changes would be brought in as well. So it's basically a reference that would be defined here to help measure poverty and to measure progress toward goals. It would be a cosmetic change, but that would make for some useful difference here based on organizations that carry out research on this, especially in Quebec.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard in testimony on this issue that the market basket measure is indeed a very useful tool for the assessment of poverty in Canada. It is because it establishes a baseline so that progress against targets can be measured. Changing the title of the official measure of poverty would, as a consequence, I fear, not be consistent with the strategy and the broad support received from Canadians, including academic experts, during our public consultation, public engagement process. The decision to go in this direction, to pursue a vision that is concentrated on the market basket measure, is in fact the result of plenty of consultation that was carried out. The market basket measure is a very good tool. We ought to use it. This is a decision that certainly this side supports. There's something else as well, and in the rebuttal to my colleague, Mr. Dussault, talked about a lack of ambition on this side when it comes to dealing with problems of poverty. As we've seen, poverty is on the decline. Not only are jobs up in Canada, Mr. Chair, but poverty is on the decline like never before, specifically child poverty, because of the Canada Child Benefit. But I know Mr. Dussault is not happy because we are not moving towards, apparently, a poverty-free society. But can he show me in the history of, in fact, the world, I'll be that general, where there has been a poverty-free society? If the NDP wants to live in utopia, then they ought to understand the actual definition of that term. Utopia means no place. And so we can't live in utopia. We have to live in the here and the now. And what we have done as a government since 2015 is truly historic. It's transformational. And I wish the NDP would get behind some of the policies that we've seen, not just the Canada Child Benefit, which I think they voted in favor of. The Conservatives did not, but they'll have to explain themselves in the next election. Beyond that, I'm quite surprised that they're not supporting the market basket measure. It's something that really makes sense.
Is there any further discussion on NDP 14? Mr. Dussault.
Well, I find it very unfortunate my colleague has decided to insult me. Well, insult may not be, maybe I'm exaggerating slightly, but it's somewhat unfortunate that, we disparage any groups as well that aim to eliminate poverty, saying that I'm not realistic. Well, I guess that he's also insulting all those who are working to eliminate poverty. So it's unfortunate, but I'm not surprised given what the government has said from the outset, that their aim is to reduce poverty, not to eliminate it. So sad.
I just want to take issue with something Mr. Stakos said. As you can tell by my pronunciation, my Greek is nowhere near as good as his, and he exercised an unfair advantage in the etymology of the word utopia. He gave it a definition of no place. I just want to point out that the NDP's definition of utopia has not existed in no place. It existed in many places. And in all of those places, poverty has been exceptionally high. In fact, almost everyone is poor. So that place does exist, and it's too bad there aren't proper poverty measurements in those places, because they would show that the socialist utopia of our friend in the NDP is a hellish place. It's not a utopia, it's a dystopia.
I think
Thank you.
we're getting a little off track here. I know the day's getting long. Mr. Longfield, did you want in?
Really brief. Getting back from where Mr. Poilievre was speaking, I've been working with the poverty groups in Guelph, and the market basket is something that really can distinguish different communities. In fact, 50 communities in Canada are separated out using this measure. The thresholds across the country can be very different from Vancouver than they are in Regina or Guelph or Halifax. So the market basket of goods really gives a good tool for people working on poverty. So I would be supporting going to the market basket as our measure.
Okay, NDP 14. All those in favor of NDP 14? Opposed? Lost. NDP 15, Mr. Dussault, and if NDP 15 is adopted, NDP 21 and PV 5 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. So, NDP 15 and clause 315.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And true to my word, more amendments with the same aims, given that so far we have not received or the support of our colleagues around the table, even though we are aiming to strengthen the law here, strengthen the bill. So this is a recommendation that comes from the Collectif de Québécois de lutte contre la pauvreté de Québec group to eliminate poverty. Their discussion was about changing the official poverty line definition. So their definition would be a household income that is 60% of the median income for the population as a whole. According to them, this is a better way to represent poverty, using this instead of the market basket measure. So this is our suggestion to change the way of calculating the poverty line.
Flexibility that the market basket gives by region, and also as demographics change, what they're going to be putting in their basket is going to be different, so that the median income in some places might be able to buy more of a basket than in other places. So again, a lot of academics have looked at this, poverty groups have looked at it, and having a market basket also reviewed from time to time to see how prices are changing relative to what's in the basket gives us a good, a consistent tool, but also flexible enough that it can be reviewed and changed over time as the things in the basket change over time in terms of their cost.
Okay, thank you, Lloyd. Anyone else on this amendment to clause 3515? And keep in mind, officials are here as well. Okay, all those in favor of 315, the amendment proposed by the NDP, all those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 16.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Vous allez...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that you will agree with me that it's quite reasonable to be surprised that in a law about reducing poverty, we have the word reducing to start with, and that most of the definitions that we see elsewhere begin with a preamble and then a title, of course, and then a definition. Now, in this particular Poverty Reduction Act, believe it or not, there's no definition of poverty. So my amendment is quite simple and would add that, a definition. over and above the 3 definitions that are in the law, the consultative council, the minister, they even define what a minister is, but they don't define what poverty means. There's also the official poverty line that's defined. But that uses a word that's not defined, poverty. So the aim of my amendment here is to suggest a definition. It's a definition that's recognized by others, that's known. I'm not inventing it. And it's the definition that I will now give you here. Poverty means the condition of a human being who lacks the resources, means, options, and power necessary to acquire and maintain economic self-sufficiency or to facilitate his or her integration into and participation in society. I think we can take for granted that in a new and novel and important act which aims to to reduce poverty, we would find some sort of definition of what poverty is. So that's what the amendment does. It tells us what poverty is, what we're talking about, using a definition that has international approval and recognition.
Mr. Sabara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Mr. Dussault, again for speaking to poverty and to the National Poverty Reduction Act, which is now in this BIA legislation, Bill C-97. With reference to the amendment that he's brought forward, the amendment is not consistent with the existing language within the bill. With the existing language states that poverty is the condition of a person who is deprived of the resources, means, choices, and power necessary to acquire and maintain a basic living level of living standards and to facilitate integration and participation in society. Thus, la modification proposée non est compatible avec la version existante.
So we need something that's compatible with the current version.
NDP 16. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 17. I believe you're up again, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, ben ça fait suite à un amendement.
Very well. This is following on a prior amendment, which is to substitute the word elimination for reduction. And it's the same thing here, so I won't go on about this again, even though we did have quite a good debate earlier on. But we could immediately vote on this.
That'll be dandy. Any further discussion? Mr. Francesco, I see your hand up. Mr. Sabara?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I applaud Mr. Dussault's focus on the Poverty Reduction Act, which is transforming lives across Canada and will so for many years, and lifting kids and families out of poverty. Again, I will not be supporting the amendment, and I will try to rebut this in French to practice and to with regards to Mr. Dussault's statement in French. La cible à long terme du Canada décrit.
Canada's long-term aim described in the description of this act is to reduce poverty by 50% by 2030. And this is in line with international sustainable development goals to ensure that men, women, and children of all ages who suffer from one form or another of poverty are assisted.
We'll call the question on NDP 17. All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. PB 4 is considered moved. Any discussion on PB 4? Mr. Kamish.
I think the analogy is I'm going to carry the water for the Green Party, but instead of water, it'll be oil, since they're not here to say anything against that. I am all for more transparency and requiring the government to actually provide plans and annual targets. If we're going to do things, that there should be fixed targets. I'm going to vote for it.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Je voulais juste rassurer mon.
I merely wish to reassure my colleague that not only are there plans, but also public reports required, and they will be tabled. And the Canadian government strategy on poverty reduction already has set a 20% reduction from now until 2020, and then 50% by 2030. The long-term strategy, as described, being to reduce poverty by these amounts, reflects the government's undertaking to respect the important long-term development aim to reduce long-term the number of men, women, and children of all ages living in poverty by 50%, and also to ensure that there be public reports on the gains year by year.
Yes, I am encouraging, for all of the reasons that I mentioned, members to consider that this amendment is superfluous and already covered by the existing legislation.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor of PB4? Opposed? Lost. NDP 18, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Et,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our aim here is to add to the strategy, to the poverty reduction strategy, something about the application of the strategy, and our aim is to include that the strategy must provide for the collecting of information that is necessary to measure its effectiveness based on the ethnic origin of the persons living in poverty. So it will be a matter of specifying that this reality, this aspect of poverty be taken into consideration. Too often it's forgotten. Persons from ethnic minorities are more often found in populations living in poverty. So the idea is to collect more information to ensure that the strategy is working for them as well. And that's basically something to help us elaborate on how we're going to handle the strategy.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à mon...
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for my colleague for bringing up this matter. But as with the prior amendment, the current poverty reduction strategy already addresses this matter. So the amendment is superfluous. We do have an official poverty line, official poverty measure being proposed for Canada. And the report has a number of elements that will be possible to consult on the website of Statistics Canada to measure the application of the strategy based on sociodemographic data, geographic data, including ethnic origin, as my colleague has just been mentioning. And this will allow everyone to receive specific data that can be broken down in as much as the data is available in order to better understand the nature of poverty across Canada by group.
Discussion? All those in favor of Amendment NDP 18? Opposed? Lost. NDP 19, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, dans la même veine, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, in the same line, Mr. Chair. This amendment resembles that put forward by the Green Party a little earlier, not identical, but quite similar, at least as far as I can see. The idea is to add, again at Clause 5 about the application, of 5.1 to the effect that the minister must undertake to ensure that the implementation of the strategy respects Canada's international human rights obligations, including those under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. So this specifies this aim within the strategy. You must ensure that this is implemented.
Mr. Longfield.
this is the theme of supporting the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations of reducing poverty by 50% by 2030. And as Ms. Banyan has also said, we are tracking this, and we're already actually at our 2020 goals, 2 years ahead of schedule. So we are looking at the measures that are being proposed. We're already doing a human rights-based approach to poverty reduction. We are also engaging people across the country that have lived experience. So this is an amendment to do something that we're already doing, so it's redundant, and so I wouldn't be supporting it.
Any further discussion? Then the question is called on NDP 19. All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 20. Mr. Dussault.
Oui, ben parlons justement des cibles, Monsieur.
Right. Well, on goals, Mr. Chair, the next clause in the bill, which has to do with the government's goals, and we were talking about ambition and lack of such a little earlier. Let me remind everyone, and earlier I was speaking of the international goals, and indeed I've heard several times now reference to the Sustainable Development Goals. And just checking quickly, reading here, those goals, the first goal,
No poverty. I think it, for me, it means zero, no, none, eliminating. So I think if we want to stick to these SDGs, United Nations development goals, we need to look at eliminating poverty. But that's why I'm proposing that in the bill, on the targets, we read that the Government of Canada aspires are at a minimum. So that's the core of the amendment. The goal is a minimum of the two goals that are set in the bill, which is 20% below the level of poverty in 2015 by 2020, and B, 50% below the level of poverty in 2015 by 2030. So the target is a minimum. I think we should make clear in the bill that this is the minimal target, and we need to go further than that, and remind that the SDG goal is no poverty. So that's in line with what we adhere to internationally. So it would clarify that we're not satisfied when we reach that point. We need to go lower than that, and it's a minimum that we should do.
Okay, Mr. Longfield.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Dussault, for bringing in these Sustainable Development Goals. And actually, the wording in the SDG number 1 is, by 2030, reduce at least by half the proportion of men, women, and children of all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions according to national definitions. And so the two things there, that yes, it is by at least 50%, but as I said earlier, our goal of getting to our 2020 reductions have already been met in 2018. And so we hope that we're going to do better than 50%, but that is the international goal that we're aspiring to, and that reflects our government's commitment to the first Sustainable Development Goal from the United Nations. So that's the target that we're shooting for, and hopefully we continue to do as well as we're doing right now by being on 2020 targets in 2018, and hopefully by 2030 we'll be doing better than 50%.
Okay, so you're speaking against the amendment, I take it?
Correct.
All those, any further discussion? All those in, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je comprends.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do understand the explanation given, but I have difficulty understanding why my colleague is referring to the term at least the 2030 aim, which is at least 50%, rather than stating in the bill what would essentially be the same words. Perhaps it's a difference between the English and the French suggested here, put forward here in our amendment, but in English it's at a minimum. But in the French, I did say at least. So perhaps the translation could have been a little more precise, stating at least rather than at a minimum. At least meeting the UN goals that we have are supporting. So I think this NDP 20 should be supported by the government. But that said, I certainly hope that their aims will be taken much more seriously than they're taking the aims of greenhouse gas reductions that they laid out, because there will be some reductions, but it looks like we're certainly not going to be meeting the goals.
On the floor for a vote on NDP 20. All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 21, and then you get a break when we go to PV 5. NDP 20, Mr. Dezeau.
NDP 20?
Yeah.
21.
NDP 21, sorry.
Cet amendement vise à augmenter.
In this amendment, we hope to improve transparency. I have to resign myself to two things today: to the fact that we will be stuck with the title Poverty Reduction Act, and that the official measure will be the market basket. So now that we've dealt with that, I resign myself to those facts. What I suggest here, though, is that we increase transparency by calculating the official poverty line more frequently. As we've said earlier, it's going to be based on the market basket. And the definition at page 391 is that this official measure, which would be the market basket, must be revised not only on a regular basis, as the wording is now in the bill, just the word regular, with no specific timing. What I suggest here is that the measuring tool be reviewed on a yearly basis in order to ensure that it reflects the current reality of Canadians, to ensure that the measure does indeed reflect poverty, that we don't wind up over time with a sort of revision here and there every once in a while with no timing suggested in the legislation. I want to ensure that this has teeth. I want to ensure that this legislation has wording that ensures that we understand what poverty is in real time.
Thank you, Mr. Dussault. Mr. Sabera.
Thank you, Chair, again. And again, thank you to my colleague for speaking to poverty reduction in Canada, which we know we're well ahead in reducing poverty, and we're well ahead in all measures that we've laid out, actually, which is great to see. And it's great to see, again, that it's put into legislation via the BIA and Bill C-97. With regards to his amendment, his amendment, the proposed Poverty Reduction Act already commits to reviewing Canada's official poverty line on a regular basis, as determined by Statistics Canada, which I will point out that Statistics Canada in the end of February pointed out that we have reduced poverty by 825 individuals since we were elected. Statistics Canada is obviously now well funded after the cuts from the prior government, and is well placed to determine when a comprehensive review must be launched. Statistics Canada launched a comprehensive review in 2018. In addition to the comprehensive reviews, annual updates relate to the changing prices of goods and services in the basket. The basket will be undertaken by Statistics Canada. Thank you, Chair.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of NDP 21? All those opposed? Lost. PV 5 is considered amended. Is there anybody who wants to speak on PV 5? Mr. Fragiskatis.
Thank you, Chair. To support children's well-being and ensure that poverty is addressed early in life, the National Advisory Council on Poverty will include a member with particular responsibilities for children's issues. This member will ensure that children's interests are taken into consideration as the council carries out its functions.
Further discussion, on PV5, amendment PV5 to clause 315, all those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 22, we're back to you, I believe, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, merci. Si c'est dans la...
Yes, thank you. In the same line then as before, the aim here is to increase transparency. Earlier, I was speaking of frequency and measures on a regular basis. Here I am speaking about the basket of goods and the measure based on it that should be more transparent. Many of us around the table were wondering who would be deciding what went into the basket of goods, who decided what to measure, and that sort of question, to the effect that there might be some manipulation. Well, at least I'm not saying there's manipulation now, but there is some danger of the figures being manipulated to improve the track record by removing things from the basket or adding things to the basket over time, which would involve influencing whoever's deciding what's in the basket of goods to shift the number of people over above the poverty line, official poverty line, of course, and being able to state that you've helped more or less people. So there's something here about to follow up on who makes these decisions. It should be the Chief Statistician of Canada who must publish the list of items that comprise the basket of goods and services representing a modest basic standard of living in Canada. This is to ensure transparency. Only the Chief Statistician of Canada should be making this decision. It wasn't all that clear in the bill. Of course, it refers to Statistics Canada, yet it's not clear who would be deciding what comprises the basket of goods. With this amendment, we can see more clearly who's making the decision, and we see better what's in the basket of goods. It must be published online. Anyone can see it so that we can see whether things are in or not in the basket of goods. All Canadians can see whether this has been manipulated or not.
So, Ms. Bendian.
Oui, mais j'aimerais remercier mon collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague for this amendment. That said, the Government of Canada is also already publishing information. The first complete exam was published in 2010, and you consult it on ESDC's website. And the basket of goods now being used is also accessible on the website. Throughout the entire examination, the government has been communicating openly with Canadians about the decisions about what comprises the basket of goods.
Further discussion, NDP 22, Mr. Commish.
J'apprécie ce que Mme Bandayan a dit, mais
I certainly appreciate Ms. Bandayan's comment, but this isn't exactly what my colleague to my left is actually saying. Here he's suggesting that we would see to it that the Chief Statistician of Canada would be required to publish the list of items that comprise the basket of goods on Statistics Canada's websites. It's not the same thing to say that the government, as a practice this time around, has done this. We're trying to ensure that more transparency is embedded in the legislation. So I find this amendment to be a very good one and will support it. I always support any amendment that favors transparency, whatever committee I'm in. And I certainly wouldn't vote against an amendment which would ensure that Statistics Canada would be required to tell us what's in the basket of goods from year to year, to, as my colleague says, ensure that there's no manipulation of the definition for one reason or another. I'm not saying there's any manipulation now, but this is to ensure that there never would be. So I support this amendment.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur, d'abord, merci à mon collègue pour.
I thank my colleague for his support. He's indeed speaking very clearly on this, and I'm not going to repeat what he said. I'm just going to approve of it. I'm wondering now whether there's been any follow-up on the basket of goods. We asked for what was in the basket of goods, and have we received an answer? According to the government, it seems to be so easy to get. Nevertheless, our committee is still waiting.
Okay, this didn't go out to committee members yet? There should be, it should have gone out, because we did receive a response from, I'll get the clerk to read it, but there's several areas that we received a response on the basket of goods. So if David could read that.
Well, it would be quite long to read, but it's an email that was sent on May 21st to all members. I can show it to you, Mr. Dussault, if you want to read it.
Est-ce que ça
Went out to members on
incluait le contenu?
May 21st.
Yeah.
May 21st.
Incluait le contenu du panier?
The actual content, because that's what I'm interested in.
There's an email in response, and there's actually content in the documentation. There was an email sent to us, and there is attachments. I don't know whether Miss Hall or Mr. Valancourt, whether they might have been involved in that or not. But anyway, it's in your system somewhere, Pierre. I know we got a pile of correspondence in the last week, so it'd be easy enough to miss it. Anybody want to add anything further? Ms. Hall?
So the documents that were sent do include a list of the items that are in the basket. So it's at the back of the attachment from the first review, and there's a complete list of what's in the basket that's there.
Public document?
It is. It's available on the ESDC website.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Polyev. It's on.
Thank you. I'll have a look at that document because I'd like to know exactly what is in the basket. But furthermore, I know that the basket is being reviewed, and there's all kinds of talk of consultations, which by their nature are subjective. If they were objective, then you would have robots calculate it the way you do the other poverty lines. My question is, who's the final decider on what will be added to the basket? Which personnel make that decision?
Questions to officials, Ms. Hall or Mr. Valancourt?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, I think I would note at the outset that the government has made a very strong commitment to Statistics Canada to ensure that it is an independent statistical agency, and that it will continue to provide Canadians with the objective statistics that are required to help inform decisions by parliamentarians, businesses, unions, and individual Canadians. The Act proposes that Statistics Canada will launch the review of the MBM on a regular basis to ensure the MBM reflects the up-to-date cost of a basket of goods and services. Statistics Canada, as noted, is consulting widely and will ensure that a range of views are taken into consideration. That feedback will be used by Statistics Canada in determining the basket and what Canadians need, what we would define as a modest and basic standard of living. Now, the MBM is a long-standing measure. It's been around since 2000. It was rebased in 2008, so this is a process that has occurred previously. As is the case in 2008, ESDC officials and Statistics Canada will work together to ensure that the contents of the basket are sufficient to reflect a modest and basic standard of living, and that will be informed by broad consultations with Canadians and experts and PTs, and Statistics Canada will be responsible for the statistical methodology. The final decision, I can tell you our minister will be kept informed, as was the case for the previous review, and that we will work, ESDC officials will work with Statistics Canada in a transparent fashion, with all of our work informed by broad consultation with Canadians and experts and PTs.
Mr. Baliev?
And who's the final decider on what goes in the basket?
So the final decider will be, for statistical items, the Chief Statistician and the Deputy Minister of Employment and Social Development.
And that's the, sorry, you said for statistical items, the chief statistician. But so will the chief statistician decide what goes in the basket? Or just calculate, just decide on the methodological system for calculating the line?
I think Statistics Canada will be responsible, Statistics Canada is responsible for the statistical methodology and working closely with ESDC officials to determine what should be in the basket.
So
for example,
who would decide, though, what goes in the basket?
So for example, thinking through, say, we know that there needs to be a measure for transportation, and I think as I spoke about a couple of weeks ago. So the question of should there be a transportation measure in the basket is a policy question. Once it's determined that there should be a measure of transportation, then that will go to Statistics Canada to determine if that should be a Ford Focus or a Cavalier or another type of vehicle, or if it should be the weighted average of the 5 most popular cars, whether it should be 5 or 8 years old, and that is the province of Statistics Canada. Again, it is based on consultation, and there will be significant transparency about the process. So the consultation has been undertaken. There have been 6 different processes that have spoken with provinces and territories, with experts, with people with lived experience of poverty. There's been an Ask Me Anything and a broader public consultation. And the results are going to be made public all the way along. So we will have a What We Heard report that will be released shortly by Statistics Canada that will sum up the results of the consultation. There will be a validation exercise, we expect, where the results will be put forward for Canadians so that we can seek their input. And then the final methodology will be released at the time the new market basket measure is released, around the time of the Canadian Income Survey in February next year.
Helpful here, though. The policy question, I think, that Mr. Poilievre is trying to get to, would it be the Minister of ESDC's decision on the policy on what's in the basket, if I could put it that way? Who makes the ultimate decision what's in the basket?
The ultimate decision will be with officials. We will keep the minister informed, and the decisions will be with officials.
But would officials, there's 23,000 employees at ESDC. So who's the decider on this?
As I said previously, it will be the chief statistician and then the deputy minister at ESDC.
But somebody, ultimately somebody somewhere has to sign off on it. So who would that be? Would it be the deputy? Would it be the minister? Or would it be a director general in charge of food baskets? Somebody somewhere has to sign off on it somehow.
Yes, well, I'm the Director General that's responsible for the poverty reduction area at ESDC, and so I would be one of the signatures, as would Hugues, along the way as the decisions are going along, and then they would go along potentially north of me to the deputy, and the intention is we will keep the minister informed, but the decisions will rest with officials.
Okay, are you...
So can I just confirm that the final decision will rest with the with the Deputy Minister of ESDC on what is and what is not in the basket. Do we have that right?
The overall policy direction, yes.
No, I'm not looking for the policy direction. I'm looking on, so somebody like, you've got a basket, here it is, and you've got a bunch of people debating what should be in that basket. You know, and at the end of the day, one person is going to have to make a final decision unless it's going to be solved by a vote, a show of hands. Somebody's going to have to say, I'm the man or the woman who says the product X needs to be in the basket. And are you saying that that person will be the Deputy Minister of Employment and Social Development?
Yes, that decision will rest with officials. Okay, so yes, it will be the deputy, and we will keep the minister informed, but the decision will rest with the deputy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then we're back to, did you want in, Mr. Dussault?
Oh, I was just saying it took time, but
Good,
we
good
got it.
discussion.
We got it.
NDP 22 we're on, I think. Yeah. NDP 22. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment by the NDP number 22? All those opposed? Lost by one vote. NDP 23, and I don't think we're going to quite finish this section, but on NDP 23, it's inadmissible as it requires a royal recommendation, and I'll go through the reasons, Mr. Dussault. Clause 315 of Bill C-97 proposes the Poverty Reduction Act. Amendment NDP 23 seeks to increase the maximum number of members on the National Advisory Council on Poverty. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 772, quote, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or it extends the objects or the purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation, end of quote. In the opinion of the chair, increasing the maximum number of members on the National Advisory Council on Poverty would impose a charge on the public treasury and alter the terms and conditions of the royal recommendation. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. So turning to PV6, it assumed moved. Any comments? Ms. Bendian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we touched on this issue earlier. I just wanted perhaps to clarify that as my colleague stated, the clause outlining the establishment of the National Advisory Council on Poverty already includes the language that a member with particular responsibilities for children's issues will be one of the 8 to 10 members appointed, therefore making the amendment PV6 unnecessary and redundant. I also have the language of the clause in the National Advisory Council on Poverty, clause number 9.1, which states that the council shall consist of 8 to 10 members, including a chairperson and a member with particular responsibilities for children's issues.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of PV6? Opposed? Lost. Now, we are at 6 o'clock. I'm wondering if we could, how long's your amendments? You got long descriptions on your amendments. You got 3 of them there, Pierre. I'm just wondering, so we don't have to haul back Miss Hall and Miss Valancourt tomorrow morning at 8:45, because that's when we start, if we could complete this section 20.
Je pourrais dire que
so we'll try.
Pas plus que...
Well, I can assure you it won't take any more than 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the debate.
10 minutes, folks, because if we're not, okay, we'll go the 10 minutes. Go, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je vais...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. You have already decided that Amendment 23 is non-unadmissible, so, well, I was expecting it to some extent, but I will try to pick up on the same issues in 24. The aim here is to ensure that there be a broad representation on this board. Here we would add at 3.1 a definition of the council to the effect that it be made up of persons who are members of vulnerable groups, persons who belong to anti-poverty organizations, and persons who reflect the diversity of Canadian society. This is to ensure diversity among council members. So I certainly hope that my colleagues will all support this very reasonable amendment to my way of thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we can't support this amendment because the Governor Council website already publicly commits to the government ensuring that minority groups are taken into consideration when making a recommendation. And anytime you make a short list, there's always a risk that organizations and people will be missed. And that, in this case, it includes Indigenous people who are absent from the proposed amendment. And furthermore, the Government of Canada has implemented an appointment process that is transparent, merit-based, and strives for gender parity. So we will oppose this motion.
All those in, are we ready for the question? All those in favor of NDP 24? All those in favor? Opposed? Lost. NDP 25, Mr. Dussault.
Oui, c'est simplement de...
Yes, well, this is simply to delete 3 lines from the bill. At the area of dissolving the council. This is to ensure that these councils continue to exist. Many witnesses told the committee that there's no reason to say that the council should be dissolved when the minister feels that aims have been reached, that we will have reduced poverty by 50% by a certain year. Therefore, the council is now of no further use, so we will dissolve it and we, move on to other priorities. Whereas the reduction of poverty and, well, not even elimination, in this case, is an ongoing business and needs ongoing attention, at least for as long as poverty exists. So I see no reason to ensure that we be able to dissolve this committee. Perhaps we will not have eliminated poverty by 2030 and that the council will still be of good use to us. So I certainly hope that the committee members adopt this amendment to ensure that the council will be able to carry on its work even after we've attained the low ambition objectives of this government.
By tying the mandate of the council to the poverty reduction targets committed to in legislation, the council will hold the Government of Canada to account and ensure that the 50% target is reached. And it's the National Advisory Council on Poverty shouldn't have to continue on forever. Its creation and mandate are to support the government in reaching its poverty reduction targets. So we'll be opposing this motion.
All right. All those in favor of NDP? Oops, sorry. Who? Somebody else? Oh, sorry, Mr. Dussault. Go ahead.
Qu'est-ce que peut-être fonctionnaire a demandé qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
Well, perhaps I can ask the officials, what does it really mean that the committee could be dissolved once they have reached the target? Then they just say, fine, they wash their hands of it and they move on to something else. Is that it?
Mr. Vaillancourt, who's going? Go ahead, Mr. Vaillancourt.
Merci pour la question. Pour ce qui est des, pour ce qui est des cibles comme telles, lorsqu'ils sont
le projet de loi prévoit lorsque...
Well, when it comes to the targets, the bill has set certain targets that are aimed for, and then there would be other measures that would be continuous, such as information on the various indicators of poverty. And the bill in its current form provides that the council be dissolved, that the governor and council be able to dissolve the Poverty Reduction Council after the targets are reached. Thank you for your answer, but I think it's certainly a sad matter that this council couldn't continue to sit, and this is unfortunate.
In practice, I'm not sure that it's a major concern. Once these councils are set up, they never disappear. They always found a way to stay around. And, I've looked at these programs. They're called sunset programs, But the government programs are like the British Empire. The sun never sets on them, as they're just renewed and renewed and renewed. And once this council is set up, the members of the council will, even whether or not the targets are reached, they'll find another reason why they need to continue to exist and consume resources. And so I don't think my NDP colleague has anything to worry about. If we should live till we're 90 years old, this council will still be around. You can celebrate its anniversary then.
We'll see. Okay. Any further discussion on NDP 25? All those in favor? All those opposed? Lost. NDP 26. Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur le Président, et fidèle au temps qu'on s'est donné.
Thank you. We've got 3 minutes left, so I hope to finish within them. Here, we wish to strengthen transparency in the matter of reports tabled in Parliament. This is to specify that, as we were saying earlier, I already see the government will say that the minister is already posting this sort of report somewhere on some sort of website, and so on and so forth, with all kinds of information. But if it's not actually legislated, if it's not in the legislation, we're not sure that this will be carried on in the same way in the future. So, besides the minister's requirement to report and table in Parliament, here they would have to post the report on the departmental website within 30 days after the day in which the report is tabled in Parliament. So this is a request for more transparency, so I don't see why the government would oppose this unless they once again argue that, yeah, don't worry, that's what they're going to do in any case, so just don't worry about it. Although there would be no legal requirement to do so, so, they could just decide not to someday. So that's why we suggest that this be embedded in the legislation so that they couldn't wheedle out of it, basically.
Mr. Chairman, I think the honourable member knows that reports tabled in Parliament are available to the public, so it's not necessary to legislate that the minister post it to the department website.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of NDP 26? Opposed? Lost? Shall clause 315 carry as amended? There was one amendment, I believe, yes. Shall clause 315 carry as amended? All those agreed on division? On division. Clause 316, shall it carry on division? On division. 317, there's one amendment proposed, NDP 27. Mr. Dussault.
C'est tout simplement de changer encore le.
Thank you. This is one again, a request to substitute poverty elimination for poverty reduction amendment in line with others we've heard from me today.
I don't support this amendment, nor does anyone on this side, Mr. Chair, for the reasons set out earlier when I rebutted, I forget which amendment it was that my colleague opposite put forward, but the comments on poverty elimination and the critique of it, the critique of that approach stand with respect to this amendment as well.
All right, all those in favor of NDP 27? Opposed? Lost. Shall clause 317 carry on division? All right. With that, thank you, Ms. Hall, Mr. Valancourt, and we will adjourn, and we'll start tomorrow morning at 8:45 in room 025. And we will start on Division 21 and go through the remainder. Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.